Okie dokie. Welcome, peeps. FiOth here, and welcome to tonight's extremely special stream. Now, you're gonna start by looking at my face solo because Alphyna requested a couple of minutes as she's setting some stuff up, and she'll be joining us. The way we're gonna do this is she's gonna come on Discord, we're gonna chat for a little bit, and then we'll start a new game of Pathologic 3 in order to show it to you people and help you make an informed decision about whether you're gonna get it or not. Let's see who is here. It's Valentinos, Evie, Potato Fetishist, who's saying, not gonna watch this until I finish the game. Congrats on what is sure to be a great release. I help you, the studio help you, I'm sure. Thank you so much for your kind words, Potato. Kostas Michalovas, let the awesomeness be pour out. That's an interesting concept. George Hunter, happy New Year, mate. Hello, I wish you health and more awesome streams. Thank you so much. Not Ringo Star. Hey, not Ringo. Tris, looking forward to this. I kind of picture you like Count Dooku in Star Wars. I've been looking forward to this. My powers have doubled since we last met, Count. Simply not there. Hello, hello. Rahim. Hey, Rahim. Welcome. Have an awesome Friday. Tris again. Why did we have to wait so long for Pathologic 3? Because we live in a cruel world. Thanos Lecoq. Here we go again. Hello, hello, hello. And Roar. Okay, so, guys. First and foremost, the simple stuff. I have two cameras set up. One will be for Discord and one will be for the rest of the stream and the little talk we're going to have right now because, you know, Windows, each device is exclusively used by one application. I can't do anything about that without risking the system crashing and we'll end up looking at the buffering icon. And what's going to happen tonight is we're going to have the immense privilege of having the writer of both Pathologic 3 and Pathologic 2 with us. And because Alphyna hasn't been able to clone herself yet, we're the only stream on the planet who gets this privilege. I feel humbled. So, we'll ask her some questions. She will be happy to answer. I've kind of, you know, prepared the grounds for this. She won't be taken aback if you ask a question. Of course, we will be at peak politeness and kindness for the purposes of this stream. And I will be sharing my screen with her, which means that she will not have any lag. So when she answers a question or she comments on the gameplay, what you will be getting after the YouTube processing will be timely for everyone. Okay, I've thought of everything, so it will be the best possible watch. Vangelis Michalis, FiOth the King. Do you believe I've never played any of these games? Well, you should play Pathologic 2 definitely, and then you should play the new one. I'll die on the hill promoting and giving love to Pathologic 2, but yeah, you should definitely check them both out. Okay, Alphyna is here, so let me start a call with her. Give me a moment. Okay, we're live. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, but I can't see you, actually.
You can't see me. Why is that?
No. I don't know. Something VPN related, maybe.
No, I don't use VPN when I'm doing this because it
Well,
causes problems.
I do.
Okay. I tested it a moment before we started. And for some reason it's not behaving, so let me see why it's not behaving. Oh, I'm pretty sure I know why it's not behaving. It's not behaving because it thinks
it may have something to do with OBS.
Yeah, it thinks I'm also
with the camera.
Yes, it thinks I'm also trying to use it on OBS.
Actually, if you're using OBS, I don't think I'll be able to see you, but that's okay. I can hear you, and I can like maybe watch you on stream.
No, I have the perfect plan for this. Don't worry.
Okay.
I planned everything.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
nice. Oh, I can see you now. Hey.
Okay, we're on the other camera. We're on the other camera.
Perfect.
For this configuration, I could go for a half and half, or I could go for Alphyna in the main, take, and me in a little background. What would you guys want me to do? Because, since the start of the show tonight, I'm just here on the peripheral vision. Okay, give me a moment. Oh, this is it. Okay, perfect. My God, this is very zoomed out. This is not the camera I usually use for streams, but it'll have to do. So, okay, peeps. Say hello to Alphyna. My God, both my cameras are working now. Dude, perfect. I feel like C3PO. Yeah, I feel like C3PO when he loses his head. In episode 2, like, when his head pops off, like, I'm so confused. So, peeps, this is the lady. This is the illustrious, awesome writer of Pathologic 2 and 3. And it's our great honor to have you here. I just made a joke about the fact that you cannot yet clone yourself. So, we're the only ones to have you tonight. Such a privilege. Thank you so much. Let's start with a simple fact. How nightmarish a situation is it to be, the last day before launch or the launch day? Like, how much pressure does it put on an individual? Because tonight is launch night. You're here, probably exhausted. Thank you so much for being here. How bad is it? Let us know how bad is it.
Well, so there is this saying in the game development community that you can't ever complete a game, or you can't ever finish a game, you can only release it. And once again, I'm seeing that it's true as always, because no matter how much, you pour into the polish and you pour into the final touches, you always still feel that you haven't done everything that you could have, that some things are incomplete, that some things could have been done better. And I've been told that no matter how many years you spend on the game, it always still feels the same. So yes, it does feel like that. And there is a saying in Russia, in the Russian language, that you can't breathe in enough air before you die. But this is exactly what we've been, we as the narrative department, we've been trying to do before the release. So we've tried, to breathing as much air as we can before the release, adding in the final touches and everything.
Well, people know this because last stream I was... okay, I think we lost you.
Yeah, sorry, glitching a bit.
Okay, great. People know because on the last stream, it was right after the bomb dropped. Like, we got the update that the embargo would lift, and I'm like, God, there's so much to do. And I like turned off the stream at about 3:30 a.m., grabbed a couple of hours of sleep, and then I crunched the game, and then I sat down and did the editing, and like by the end of the other day, I was like pulverized. I couldn't walk. And I'm like, okay, it was a couple of rough days for me, but for these people, the past month must have been like a gauntlet. Appreciate your forthcomingness. I appreciate your availability for the interview we did a few months back. It's been a few months now. Like, when did that take place? Must be more than 6 months now since we did that interview.
Yeah, time has this weird tendency to fly, which is maybe why we made a game about time and, the attempts to control it.
We're talking about the release of Grand Theft Auto then, and you were telling me, like, we have to schedule, around those overwhelming releases and stuff. Man, we're gonna grow old before that shit releases. After there's so much time has passed. It got delayed. If you ask me, this month was the ideal one to release P3 because it is a month that, it doesn't really provide much on a yearly basis. There is the craze in the holidays, and then there is a dry stretch. So January is a very good month for cozy games, for more cerebral games. than going into December and be like, yeah, you're now next to our game is the game with the big guns, and we're like creating this hodgepodge of availability, which is not ideal for more nuanced releases.
Oh, absolutely. And also everyone is focused on like the game awards, the results of the year, the various competitions at the end of the year. So that was never an option. Releasing in early January is honestly like unconventional, because I personally was a bit hesitant, because my reasoning was that, we released the game, but everyone is still hungover after the holidays, and everyone has spent their money on the presents. So, like, would people even be interested in playing the game after the holidays when they have to go to work, and stuff like that? But to be frank, the release date was adjusted for the Detective Adventure Game Festival on Steam, so it was tied to a launch event, and it, Pathologic fits the genre, so it made sense. But as I'm seeing it now, it also ended up being a rather nice time to release the game, because, like you said, there is a lull in releases, and everyone is kind of already back on their feet after the holidays. But still, the time is relatively quiet, and people indeed are ready, to spend their time on a more cerebral game and to invest their time in playing it. So thanks to our publisher Hype Train for choosing this very nice window of opportunity for us. It was like their idea, and they ended up being right, I feel.
Yeah, I think so too, because there are months when we are swamped, and there are months where we are doing absolutely nothing. And they are equally painful in their own way, When there's nothing to work on, there's a stress of, yeah, I'm just sitting on my thumb, I'm not doing anything. When there is too much work, it's the stress of, how am I gonna handle the workload? So January is good, and you released Quarantine, you released a playable part of the game. People played it, they had some thoughts. I relayed most of my thoughts on the review. I hope you enjoyed it. I wanted it to be as all-encompassing information-wise, bringing my thoughts into it so I would be sincere with the audience, but also, appreciating the work being done. Hey, Stefano. Valerinos, thank you for the support, brother. Highly appreciated. Love you very much. So we'll take it from the start, and what we'll be doing is that I'll be doing a lot of reading for our audience tonight, because, it's a lot of text that will have to be relayed, so you'll be hearing at my angelic voice all the time. And as the dialogue progresses, we will be discussing both the game itself and, of course, the thoughts in the creative mind that made it possible. The writing part of the industry, like, I have to move my head because I want to look at you, I want to look at the camera, I look insane. Like, I look like I have high mania right now. The writing in the gaming industry is something I have discussed on this channel, because I feel like when we had the technical limitations of what could be expressed through, facial expressions, when the uncanny valley was still a thing, and the limitations of technology, writers especially put in a lot of effort and thought into relaying what was to be relayed through their writing. And of course, it was a much more niche industry. Like, I can remember phrases from Baldur's Gate 2 off of the top of my head, like Irenicus's monologues and all that, because they were penned so well. And playing Pathologic 3 specifically, I stumbled upon Oyun's phrase of the human word, where he says human, and then he says something akin to human, and then he takes one syllable of that and says another word. And I was like, okay, this will stay. This will stick. And this is something I appreciate very, very much, because you can make impressive graphics, you can make, set pieces and all that. The presentation of P3 is sublime, exactly what fits the character. But the writing, you put my mind at ease. Thank you so much for the great writing. This was expected, but still very much appreciated. My boy Psychman is there. Hey, Psych. And also a great surprise tonight, peeps. Something I didn't know would happen today. You kind of simultaneously released this for consoles as well. At least the PlayStation has it available for purchase, like, straight away. That was great. Guys, you can play it on console. You can play it everywhere, pretty much. And
yeah, just to be clear, it was released on PS5. The release for Xbox is later in the 23rd of January. So it's coming soon, but it will take, some time to iron out the build. But yes, we don't have the greatest history with console releases, so I'm genuinely very happy to say that the performance of the game is much better than of the previous installments and the previous ISP games. So it's so for Pathologic 2, the porting was done by an outsourced studio, and the gamepad controls were done separately. But for Pathologic 3, we developed the game with those controls in mind. We kept them in mind when devising the UIs and stuff like that. So, it's funny to speak about it because for a huge portion of the game industry, it's just the norm. But we are still a small indie studio, and for us this level of accessibility is something that it is an achievement, a small achievement, but still. So we're very happy that we managed to do that.
No, I wouldn't say small achievement. Like availability of the art form to the broader audience, it's paramount. Like we want as many people as possible to be able to experience it. And I am a proud owner of the Platinum Trophy on the PlayStation 4 version of Pathologic, where sometimes doors would not be there and you had to reload the client and try again. But in and itself, it was incredible to see this world come to life on the PlayStation 4 because, indeed, a small studio, not necessarily as accustomed to programming consoles. And now that we have a full-fledged release for consoles, peeps, there's no excuse. Okay? I'm looking at you. Support the good stuff. Okay, so Alphyna at some point will probably want to rest because she must be dead tired. Here's what's gonna happen now. You saw the lovely lady. We won't have her on cam all the time. She might want to grab a snack. We won't have her feeling awkward here and stuff. What we're gonna do is this camera will go away. It'll be back to me for a sec as I set the game up. What's going to happen with Alphyna is that I'm going to share my screen with her, so she won't lag behind when I'm playing the game, and we'll be able to discuss, and you will be getting a timed, a perfectly timed segment of video moving forward, so nothing will be, out of sync, me talking and her replying 5 seconds later and all that. It'll be fully organic. One thing I want to make paramount and abundantly clear here. I never had a crash with this, okay? That's an achievement in itself. I had a pre-release build. It didn't even have achievements. You'll see the achievements popping probably randomly because I have a lot of progress done. This save is not compatible with the final version anymore, so we'll start a new save, but achievements will pop unavoidably. And it ran perfectly for me. Now, we're simul streaming it on 2 platforms, which means we are encoding it twice on the same ring that we're playing it, okay? If we detect any kind of lagging, stuttering, or whatever, we'll stick to YouTube, the home of the channel, and I urge the people watching from somewhere else to come to keep us company here. And if anything happens, we'll shut down one of the simuls and we'll just focus YouTube, and it will 99% of the time work fine because a couple of nights I streamed Wukong high settings. I think we'll be able to handle Pathologic 3, which is a much more, focused experience without expansive mountains of leaves and stuff like that. Although I must say, for Unity, it's extremely impressive to look at this. I was kind of dumbstruck because especially stuff like reflections, amazing, and the quality of eyes, the skin, stuff like that. The minutiae of the human presentation, extremely detailed. It felt like something you'd see in an Unreal 5 project, but it is Unity. And it's insane because Pathologic 2 was on Unity as well. Of course, the 2019 version. But both your expertise as a studio and the tools, of course, have come a long way in the last 6 years, which is great. as we were discussing.
Absolutely. And
Go
like
ahead.
once again, I'm not qualified to talk about it in detail, but I do want to say that I'm very proud of our art department and the technical department for how they worked on optimization. It's maybe a weird thing to say, but there is this sort of Unreal Engine look that some games on Unreal Engine get, and it's not absolutely not bad. It looks nice. I like it as a gamer myself, but I do feel that, and it is a strange idea to work with this kind of game on Unity. But one upside that we receive by choosing to work on Unity is that the game does have a more distinct look, I feel, in terms of, shaders and lighting and stuff like that. It looks interesting, at least to my untrained eye. I'm a narrative person, but
Your eye is not untrained at all. I saw you playing Elden Ring the other day. So
I'm just coming out of a night train run.
you play Night Raid? Oh, we should definitely run
yes,
some.
very, very much so.
Nice.
Probably my favorite game of last year, if we're talking multiplayer.
Okay, that's something to know. Let's check a couple of comments. I have not played the game, but I saw FiOth review, and I can say I'm very much interested in trying. It looks great. Thank you for the trust, Atos, and for the support. Kayor is the name. Had to search on PlayStation 5 and scroll down the end of the list. Well, it was probably added today, so they're gonna sell the thing. So when you look at Pathologic 3, it should pop up, but PlayStation Store has been notorious for the way it lists stuff. I remember I tried to get some DLC for a game a while back, and the DLC was available. It was Neo 2 back in the day. And I would search like Neo 2, the name of the DLC, it would be nowhere to be found. And then through the games page, it will be listed, which makes no sense. Valentinos, everything's gonna be okay. Thank you, FiOth and Alphyna. Dude, the fact that we're not sleeping right now, like ignoring the alarm, is a success in itself. Everything's gonna be fine. Orato Profeta. That's the rat prophet, isn't it? Hey, happy to see you both together again. Oh, lovely. Where are you gonna rest, Alphyna? Congrats on the lots, by the way. My people are hungry for the locks here already. What is the locks? The game's great and already a favorite. I don't know what the locks are.
I think they mean localization.
Oh,
so,
the localization. Yes.
Here's the thing. Quarantine and the demo were available in a bunch of languages, and the whole game has only been released in Russian and English. That's suboptimal, and we're not fans of it. And the work on other localizations has been started, and like a lot of it has been done. Really, it's just that we can't stop writing. So as the project progressed, it turned out that if you're making a non-linear game about time travel, there will be a lot of permutations of events. And Pathologic originally is a huge world. It's not. It can't be condensed into a small story because it has a lot of characters, a lot of storylines, and they all have to be represented. And because of that, basically, the script kind of bloated, and it became clear that we wouldn't be able to finish other localization in time for the release. It's less about the budget and more about the timing. So unfortunately, we were only able to finish the Russian and English localization in time for the release. And honestly, like, don't quote me on this, but there are some texts that I would like to do one more editing run on.
Some proofreading.
Yes, so some proofreading will probably be done in the following patches in the next few days. And that's also the answer to the question of when I'll be able to rest. When all the texts will have been proofread, which won't be happening very soon. So,
oh my god.
No rest for the wicked for now. Personally, I really hope that we'll be able to finish the localizations that we have already started. We'll gauge the interest. We'll keep an eye on, the audience, on how strongly they are requested. But like I said, it was more the issue of timing than the issue of budget. So they will probably happen. Like I'm legally not allowed to promise you that, but I really hope that they will happen. I don't see a lot of obstacles.
Excellent. Athinodoros, the Taskling, as we call him, says, I'm getting a bit nervous. I consider Pathologic 2 the best game of all time. I introduced him to Pathologic 2. It was the FiOthosaurus. Okay. And he says, thanks for being alive. I hope you managed to deliver Pathologic 4. What he means is he's thankful for your existence. But, like... Dude, like that's not the statement you're gonna make. Yeah,
I think I think I vibe with this message a lot because honestly, I Speak Lodge's crusade to complete the Pathologic series. Like, so I haven't been with the studio for a number of years, and I think I can judge this as an insider and as an outsider both. So this mission to complete the whole story of Pathologic is not commercially reasonable. The reasonable thing would be to, do a new IP, do like a more sensible project. But and I think it's a very important thing. The core team of I Speak Lodge is just so very committed and dedicated to telling this story properly. And honestly, I've always respected that. Like, you can't disrespect this sort of commitment and this sort of attitude. And so, like, as for the Changeling story, for example, for Pathologic 4, it's the matter of when and how, and not the matter of if it will happen. It will absolutely happen. Simply because, like, it's... So, as you can probably guess, the people at the studio a lot of them are artistic types in a way, like not your common game development folks. And I've worked in a number of studios, so it's not me throwing shade at, the other types of game developers. We need people of all kinds, to make the world an interesting place and to create interesting different things. But I do genuinely see that to the core team of I Speak Lodge, making Pathologic is this sort of like karmic thing. It's a story that demands to be told, and it demands to be told properly through game. So, like, it's also strange, to read the feedback from the fans, because some people say, like, hey, why are you making a separate game? You could have just, made a DLC for Pathologic 2, and you could have added more characters and more dialogue and have it that way. But that's not how we see what Pathologic is. It has 3 characters, and each of them has their own unique view of the world, which needs to be represented through the story, but also through different mechanics, through a different presentation of the world, through different visual choices and stuff like that. And everyone takes it very, very, very seriously, this whole approach. And, like, here's to hoping that it's also successful. Obviously, we want that, but, like, it's probably not the most crucial driving force. The crucial driving force is staying true to how the story needs to be told. And, like, even in my years when I haven't been with the studio, I've always respected this approach. I think it deserves, this sort of integrity deserves respect.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I could not agree more. And like I have a borderline unhealthy obsession with the second part. And I'm pretty sure the third one will grow on me as well with subsequent playthroughs, but it's such a unique piece of art, like losing it to time would be criminal. And because Pathologic 2 is an absolutely playable game compared to Pathologic Classic, I'm not throwing shade at Pathologic Classic, but it's quite unyielding, by today's standards. Even when it was relatively new, it was a game that would capture you because of the writing and the story and the characters, but the moment-to-moment gameplay kind of demanded you went the extra mile. Pathologic 2 is masochistically delightful gameplay-wise. You go through this and you're actually having a quality time. I wouldn't say you're having fun exactly, but you're having a quality time. So, yeah, I can't wait to see the third installment take place. We got asked by our friend Atos here. It was answered. I'll answer it as well. The numbers of Pathologic 2 and Pathologic 3 are not there because they're sequels to Pathologic Classic. they're numbered so people know the sequence in which they pretty much released. It's 3 perspectives of the same story. And that is Pathologic 2 is one, Pathologic 3 is one, and the Changeling coming later will be the last, point of view, because even in Pathologic Classic, the OG release, there was a fourth wall breaking moment when the developer said, the Changeling's not complete, we never completed it, like the shit hit the fan, so if we're gonna get the Changeling in this lifetime, under these conditions that we got 2 and 3, it's gonna be finally complete as well, and that's gonna be the best way to play it. Am I correct on this? Do you want to correct me on something?
Nope, I think you're right. So this is like a threefold story that needs to be told through 3 different installments, and yes, I understand that it is confusing to the people who like. On the other hand, it's not like Kingdom Hearts levels of confusing. Like, the bigger the number, the newer the game, and all the games are made in such a way that you can just start the series with them. Which is actually an interesting thing about the Changeling, because her story in the original was very meta. It was, in many ways, a commentary on the Bachelors and the Haraspix's playthrough, but when we make Pathologic 4, the Changeling story, as a standalone game, it needs to stand on its own 2 feet. We have a couple of ideas on how to, preserve this meta commentary while also making it a standalone game. But what matters is that, yes, you can start the series with Pathologic 3, absolutely. You can also start it with Pathologic 2 or with Pathologic Classic, whatever pleases you,
I'm gonna throw an idea. Make it third person for the Changeling.
I'll keep it in mind.
That perspective, I think, would work for the character. Guys, we took a lot of time out of our lovely friend's time here, so we're gonna transition to the game. I'm going to swap to facecam. You'll be looking at me for a couple of minutes, so I can set up Alphyna's point of view for the share screen, and then we're gonna jump in. Again, as I said, the game is finely optimized. Right now, this computer is dual encoding the stream and will also be playing the game. If we get some stuttering or crashing or something, it is not the game's fault. It's me overtaxing the rig. In case something goes awry, come to YouTube, everyone, and we're gonna have to shut the other one to give it some working space. So, let's take care of this. I have to make sure my other camera will work on OBS as well. At least the border. There it is. And now, full face FiOth. Okay, nice. I have enough light here, so the peeps are looking at this. Yes, and you will be looking at my screen. This is alchemical now. This is alchemical. It's so many moving parts at the same time. Okay, I have to make sure you're just looking at my screen. The screen. This. Okay, perfect. You zoom this, Alphyna, and yeah, you'll be able to see the gameplay. I'm shutting my camera off from here because there's not really any reason for it to be.
I can see your Discord for now.
Yeah, that's exactly what we want to see. We want to see the stuff in front of me, pretty much. And now you can see my Steam, right?
Yep.
Okay, good, great. Yeah, guys, grabbing a bit of water because my mouth has become dry as F, and we're gonna get going. Ah, man, this is such an instance. I dreamt of this. Okay, we're good. Talk for a bit to see if OBS is catching your voice.
Sure. I've just been sent a bug report that the microscope has no description in the game, and that's one more answer on when I will be able to rest when such bugs are squashed for good.
Endure. Okay.
No, that's honestly, there is this incredible sense of camaraderie. So our deadline for committing the final commits to the release build was up until 6 a.m. yesterday, a.m. not p.m.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a very strange but also bonding experience, you know, to work through the night and know that your colleagues are working. So like I would send like some, I don't know, request to the programmers and they would respond immediately, which meant that they were also not sleeping. And it's probably very unhealthy, but it feels so nice, you know, you feel so united with the people working together during the night, through the night, you know, to finish the game.
I totally
I
agree
don't
with
know.
what you're saying, but the unhealthy part is definitely a reality of this situation. Like, I'm not
Well,
part of the studio, but I stayed up all night as well to finish the review, and yeah, it was painful.
one thing I can say in our defense is that it's not mandatory for anyone. So, like, you know, people who say that crunch is bad would tell you that it's never mandatory, but still, everyone who stayed up through the whole night to deliver the results did so of their own volition. They did it willingly because they wanted to do as much as we can before the release. So, again, that's very encouraging, you know, to see all those people so enthusiastic about like doing final small changes.
Infinitely more encouraging and humane than knowing that some fat cat somewhere demanded you didn't sleep, you
Oh,
know?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I believe we talked about it before, but Ice Pick Lodge has a very unique structure. It's kind of anarchistic in a bit. Somewhat, I've never seen so horizontal a studio. It's not like we don't have hierarchy at all. We do have like departments and department leads, but generally speaking, the conversation is very, very like everyone is on the same level, and it's normal for a department lead to do the most menial of tasks if they are the best person suited to do them at this moment. And again, it can become a bit chaotic at times because you do need structure to fulfill tasks properly, but it feels great because you feel yourself among like-minded people who care way more about the game they're making than, I don't know, like hierarchies and whatnot.
One final question before I hit play. Is there licensed music that's gonna shut us down in here, or are we safe? Is
No,
there...
no, no, no. Unless, like I believe that the rights to the music fully belong to us, unless something like Steam does some weird stick where they, you know, like strike the author themselves for their music, which probably shouldn't happen. We're set to go. The music is unique and the rights belong to us. So.
Okay, great. Pips, it's time. It's time to get this on the road. Man, this is exciting. Okay. Let's go. Yeah, I got a patch a little while back, but I don't think it'll need to compile shaders or anything. Unity doesn't work like that. We should be okay.
Yay! I can see the starting screen.
Yes. Okay. Enjoy some Disillusionist Mushroomer edition. So I've set it up with a bit of DLSS because I don't think natively running it and putting so much strain on the PC is gonna work well for us. And I don't think we need to touch anything else, do we? It has streamer mode, Alphyna. Oh, hides
Yes,
nudity.
it removes boobs.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
like it's a medical game, so you have to examine patients, including women, but like women are not allowed to be nude in public for the modern audiences, so you can cover them with cloth.
Streamer mode for Pathologic 3 or no boobs. Another game released today which is total slop and has lots of TNA. You can go there if you want. Philistines. Okay. Play. Okay, new profile. I don't think my previous save works at all. I think it's dead.
It's quite possible.
Yeah.
I'm Dankowski, Bachelor of Medicine. All my life I have been studying death. the greatest boundary holding humanity back. The powers that be were frightened of my search. My lab in the capital was about to be closed. But it cannot be denied that some phenomena might be found only in the strangest, most remote parts of our country. Little towns that are yet to be explored by forward-thinking minds. People accept the supposed imminence of death way too easily. We meekly follow our life's path to it, like cattle to the slaughter. But we shouldn't. My search for immortality has brought me rumors of one, Simon Kane, a supposedly immortal man, living in one such town. He might be just the proof all my theories need. The final patient. I need to find him, or else all my life's work is doomed.
Ah, the little rascals. Oh, by the way, I experienced an awesome moment a couple of days ago. I was looking something up on Reddit, and there was this person. Oh man, this is smooth. Okay, great. I'm optimistic. And there was this person who was talking about Pathologic 3's change of mechanics and stuff. And they were commenting on your words of how the Bachelor would not go dumpster diving and so on and so forth. And I was like, should I come in here and tell these people that this was our interview? That's where the quote is from. Like, I kind of got warm and fuzzy. I was like, this has reached a lot of people. It touched a lot of people. Okay, so I will be reading dialogue to you peeps because the game is very theatrical. Each character will have a tagline. They'll say something, but it's not what you read in the text, you know? So what's in the text will come out of my luscious lips. So be prepared for that. DK says, hey, FiOth, this is a classic first-person adventure like the rest of the series. Well, I wouldn't call the theater of masochism exactly an adventure approach, but it's first-person and works very differently, but you can wrap your head around it pretty easily. This game doesn't have combat, does it? You'll see. Street sweeper. I say, a living, breathing person step off our train? Do you normally only get dead people? Why are you staring at me like a cow at a new gate? My luggage is being stolen in plain sight. As far as my career is concerned, I suppose I'm more of the far side of the grave than the near, but some say the resurrection is not impossible. Now, one thing that Pathologic 3 does that Pathologic 2 didn't do is that because of the mental seesaw dynamic where you veer towards apathy or mania, some dialogue choices will actually take you in either direction. Some are more apathetic and some are maniacal. In Pathologic 2, you were actually kind of LARPing in its dialogues. Like, for example, when Big Vlad summoned you and he was like, I basically want you to bend the knee and you'll have my support. If you are defiant, he'll say, watch your tongue, boy. You know who you're talking to. At the end of the day, Vlad never stepped up to, you know, save you from certain death by hunger or thirst or whatever. Like, you pretty much declared how you felt about Big Vlad as the player, as the participant, not as the Harospects. Or if you say you were playing the Harospects because the game is very meta, it's very fourth-wall breaking, still it wouldn't change the course of events. But with this mechanic, with the seesaw, at least something gets affected by what you say. Is this a byproduct of the seesaw, or was this the core of the idea? Like, for flavor dialogue to be more meaningful, what came first? What was the focus here, Alphyna?
Well, it's actually interesting because we had internal discussions about it, and me personally, I was originally hesitant about this idea because I play a lot of video games, and I know that the moment any sort of stats are tied to your verbal choices, it becomes a game of stats. So, like, I don't know, in a lot of, let's say, deck builders or a game with non-linear events, like I don't know why the examples coming to my mind are games like Knock on the Coffin Lid, but whatever. So it's a deck builder that has these non-linear events, but for any choice in the event, you receive some rewards or some penalties. So instead of making choices based on your role playing, on how you feel you would like your character to behave, you kind of try to reverse engineer the options and guess which rewards you'll receive. Like, will this option lead to a fight, or will this option grant me money? I don't know, stuff like that. And I hate it in video games because the moment you stop role playing and begin thinking about resources, the life of the dialogue is dead. So I was kind of hesitant about it, but the game design department rightfully said that the dialogues need to be tied deeper into the whole, into our gameplay systems. And the solution we came up with was that, yes, the dialogue choices you make can influence your state of mind, but you would never know which ones do and how they would influence the state of mind. So it's up to the player to kind of, so it makes sense, you know, the more assertive, the more full of life, the more aggressive options give you mania, and the more depressive, the more subdued options give you apathy, but it's never stated in the dialogue window. So we expect that, you know, when you pick an option that gives you mania, it feels like you have this sort of small adrenaline surge as the bachelor, and vice versa. It was not an idea that came to us from the very start. It was added later in the development, I'd say, to get when apathy and mania themselves were added, which was also not at the very, very start of the project. But I do feel that it ties the whole thing together very nicely. It makes dialogues, they are still very role-playing based. Like, so the thing that I was frightened of and that I wanted very much to avoid is that I don't want the player to pick an option for gameplay reason. I want the player to always choose the option they feel the bachelor would say, or like they would say in this situation, and not because they want to farm apathy or mania. But they are kind of added on top of your role playing, making it more immersive and more interesting, and I do feel that it works. And another thing I wanted to comment on is that, honestly, in the original Pathologic, most dialogues were rather linear. Like, they felt immersive because they had this role-playing aspect. And some of the dialogues, like dialogues with Joji, for example, were more branching, but by modern video game standards, they were kind of linear. So there were often the situations where, you would get a couple of options to choose from, but they were purely cosmetic. They were only there for the player's role-playing purpose. And in Pathologic 2, we kind of, worked with it a bit, but only a bit. And in 3, finally, we have dialogue trees, which, while not truly they're not as non-linear as in some other games, where choosing different options can lead to vastly different outcomes. The non-linearity is done on a higher level, on the level of your quest choices. But still, the dialogues are way more reactive to the options you pick, and personally I'm so happy about it, because in Pathologic 1 and 2 it often felt that characters were talking past each other. So a person would talk not to you but at you, and you would react in several ways, but they would just keep monologuing at you because your dialogue options didn't matter all that much. And honestly, sometimes it worked great. It created this sense of distance between all the characters, like this sort of strangeness. And we did try to utilize this feeling in some places in Pathologic 3, but we also feel that not every dialogue should work like this. So some of them should form an actual connection between your protagonist and the NPC. And hopefully this variation is more noticeable.
Yes. I wanna welcome the new peeps. Aporeticist. I'm not familiar with the term, my friend. Welcome. Great game, a few dialogues in, and I love it. Brilliant writing. There you have it, Alphyna. More compliments. Question regarding the support pack. I got support bundle for this game. Does it not include the soundtrack because I cannot find it in my OST collection?
Yes, I apologize. I can answer that. First of all, thank you for the kind words. Secondly, I apologize for the confusion. Steam is taking some time to process the files. If you've bought the support bundle, the soundtrack will appear on your account like very, very soon. I don't know, tomorrow probably. So it's there. You've bought it. It belongs to you. It just processing by Steam.
Excellent. Zayumi, I'm not sure if I'm lucky or unlucky to have started playing Pathologic only last month. I'll tell you what, my friend. The rig I was running back in 2020 when I played Pathologic 2 could barely run it. If I had played for the first time a few months back, or recently, I would have played it in all its glory. Like, you're gonna play the best version of these games in the best possible state, and you're lucky to have discovered them. So don't worry, it's not a race. It's about, you know, getting in touch with the divine. So what are we gonna say to this guy? Do you normally only get dead people? Where do you come from? The train, as you yourself pointed out. The capital. Darlene Dankowski, Bachelor of Medicine. I'm told the supposed immortal man, Simon Kane, lives here. Should we pronounce this Kane or Kine?
Well, it's Kine in Russian. So, okay. I suppose it would be Kane in English because the last name comes from. It's not actually the Cain, which is like Abel and Cain. The last name comes from the drugs like Novocaine and stuff like that, and I believe it's pronounced Novocaine in English. So
yeah, Novocaine.
Simon Kane.
You do a little bit of wordplay there, but we'll check it out later. I've come to study him. My class university had a go-to answer to the question. It involved anatomy. So we're going to answer the capital. The capital in these rural areas on the ascent of nowhere is like a mythological location to these people. And there's some flavoring depicting that. So let's keep going. Right.
Yeah, if I may like interject, if that's all right. It's actually also a strange thing because I've read some criticisms of Pathologic 3 for showing the capital, and I understand them perfectly. Because the original game was self-contained. Everything happened in this town, and even though you were told about the events outside of the town, it's like the outside world didn't exist. It's like it was this sort of hermetic space, you know, where everything happened in an enclosed location. And opening that up and showing the capital can dispel the magic a bit. So we are showing that the capital is real, that it exists as an actual place. And the only thing I can say is that it wasn't done randomly. So to us, it's not just, you know, hey, let's make the scope bigger, let's give some eye candy to the audience and stuff like that, let's explore the lore. We feel that, yes, the not just, you know, the visual or the base story level scope of the game has increased, but also the symbolic level has increased a bit, and it now engulfs the capital as well. Which is why when they talk about the capital, they always keep doubting if it's even a real place, because who knows if it is. Like, I'm not. So just saying, hey, the twist is that the capital doesn't exist would be stupid. It's not that twisted as there. But it's like, you know, so the way to explain it is that you have this sort of theater stage where the play is happening, and they keep mentioning that there is another place that's never part of the play, really. It's just mentioned. And then suddenly a second stage appears behind your backs. And like you have to turn your head and look at it there, and it creates this sort of additional tension. So this is how we approach the capital in this story, not just as a way to show more places or deepen the background lore, but as this sort of second stage that is in dialogue with the first one, if that makes any sense.
It makes sense. And in quarantine, the look outside the window was pretty impressive. I understand the discourse, but yeah, I think you handled it fine. I never had an issue with it. I need to rescue a friend of both I and the channel, Psych Villain. Refund it. It's shit. Psych, come on, man. Save yourself from hell. Liberate tutte me. You know, all that Event Horizon Latin shit. Like, why? Why'd you do this? Okay. I cannot pronounce this. Hello, just want to say I've been a huge fan of Ice Peak Lodge. I fell in love with you guys ever since the first time I played The Void. Oh, I played The Void as well. Love The Void. Are there plans for Changeling route? Yes. Go back earlier in the stream and you'll get all your answers. But not now. Stick with us now. Keep us company. Right, do you city folk always take 20 trunks of shirts with you, or did you manage to cut down to 10, sir? So they're throwing shade because of our fine looks. Doesn't matter how many I took with me if they're getting stolen within the first minute. 8, though I had to sit on the last one. Where can I find a constable? Who do I talk about recovering my stolen property? Shirts, you dimwit, my equipment's in there. Do you even know what a microscope is, let alone the one-of-a-kind anti-dispersion device prototype? You're a street sweeper, as I can tell from your broom. Do you lot not leave to wake up people early and twist urchins' ears? Help me catch them. So, the kiddos stole his stuff, including his equipment. And we have to tell this street sweeper that something happened. The last one is a bit aggressive. The second to last is very aggressive. Like, you pretty much call the man a moron. And the second one is asking where you can find a constable. The first one is just, you know, oh, woe is me. We'll go with the second one. It's just kids being kids. No need to be mean to them. Like, this is something that would happen in the town I come from. Like, children are angels. Nothing they do is harmful. If a child shot you with a bazooka, their mom would say, it's just children. Like, pay them no mind. Freaking parents, bruv. Some kids, a hardened criminal wouldn't make off with my luggage at such speed. What? Should I thank them? Give them candy? I must get my luggage back. Losing my instruments like losing my arms. Worse than losing my arms. I'm telling you, hands off the kids. You're new here, fresh off the train. You're new in town. So watch yourself and heed our customs. No constable or patrolman will chase after children for you. No street sweeper, neither. Are you serious right now? Why not? Because the kids have their own thing going. Their own empire, you see? I'm not going to mess with it. And if you find someone to do it for you, it's your funeral. Or rather, theirs. Although they wouldn't get a funeral, the tower would simply break them. Now, you step off the train, and you're already in this weird world that doesn't play with the rules of the outside world. And if someone hasn't played Pathologic 2 of Pathologic Classic, you're here and you're like, what tower? What children's empire? You know? It can be a bit overwhelming, but it makes perfect sense.
I mean, it was a challenge because so like you have this huge and incredibly complex, incredibly interesting world, and you need to present it to the player somehow. And yeah, we're making a game about an outsider arriving to this town, so to make it absolutely confusing and impossible to understand, we made it this sort of time travel clusterfuck. Because like in the original Pathologic, where the events are told linearly, you follow in Daniel's footsteps and you just, you know, discover the secrets and quirks of this town together with him. But in Pathologic 3, the events are non-linear, so you're kinda thrust into medias res, basically into the middle of things, into the thick of it. And this balance between exposition and just throwing you into the pot was very difficult to maintain. I'm not sure if we've done a bit too much over explaining in the intro, but we did want to, set up the place to make it make some sense, to give the option to the player to ask about the quirks of the place, to receive at least a basic understanding of where you are.
Excellent. Excellent stuff. That's why we're here. We want the creator's point of view in all this. What tower? I don't believe myself in corporal punishment. And obviously I'm not trying to get into a fight with 10-year-olds. Perhaps I could negotiate with them. If everyone timidly did as the proverbial Romans do, our Romes would still be murky forests teeming with wolves and prejudice. This is the most bachelor thing he would probably say in this situation. The second one makes more sense, but the third one is like this detached, slightly unhinged scientific thought process that Dankowski is all about, so I think we're gonna go with this. Now the Street Sweeper Street Sweeper XS has stopped working. You know what? If you need your search so badly, why don't you go looking for the thoughts that run away with them? Just ask them nicely. These kids are like magpies. They trade your precious linens from the capital back in exchange for bits of colored glass. Or even just a story. But whatever you do, don't hurt them. So, we can't see the possible responses. Chris, it doesn't matter because I will be reading everything, okay? I'll be reading everything. Anyway, you want me to move the camera? Okay, wait, evil people. I'll move the camera. I'll be reading them anyway. Leave me alone. Okay. Okay. Wait. Which camera are we working with right now? Jesus Christ, where was that camera? Active. Okay, doesn't matter. Now you can see me better. Okay, we're back. Yeah, let's go. So, here, what this tells you is not just that, you know, go talk to these kids, get your stuff, but this is your tutorial for dealing with kids. Because kids will often ask for stuff in order for stuff they own or stuff they know, but you can sometimes just tell them a story and they will cooperate. And that's something that kind of flies over your head, you know? It's like, okay, he was so adamant about not messing with the kids. Why is he giving me advice about how to deal with the kids now? And all of the tutorials in the game that are not written, because sometimes, you know, you will need the extra amount of information without speaking in riddles. You'll just need the plain info. Are done like this. Eva Jan, pretty early, says that you don't have to go dumpster diving pretty much. She explains it in a very straightforward manner. But this was interesting flavoring to give you an idea of how to deal with kids. And I suppose that was very intentional, right?
Oh, of course. Personally, I feel that one of the things that made Pathologic 1 so interesting was that it was a game made by the people who did not take gameisms for granted. So everything that's weird in a video game, that would be weird, you know, for a real life person, like, I don't know, the fact that the state of districts changes specifically when the day changes, or the fact that you can only choose from the options that were given to you and can't just say anything you want. So basically the limitations that are natural to us gamers, but wouldn't be natural, for example, in an LRPG game, in a LARP, and LARPs are very much the background that the studio has grown from. All those limitations were reflected upon, and I think that, like, sorry, Partially, the explanation for those quirks of video games are what created the world that we know. For example, so in Pathologic 1, you can get infected, from a walking diseased person, but you can't get infected from a corpse. The need to explain that created the bit of lore that the plague doesn't live in dead bodies. So it's not just a piece of lore that the writers came up with randomly. It grew on the foundation of those in-game limitations, of those gameplay demands. And I think that this made Pathologic 1 very strong. Like nothing. It was filled with quirks, as all games are, but all those quirks were not taken for granted, and the game didn't just, ignore them and pretend like they are natural or that they didn't exist. It incorporated them into its world, and I think it's very interesting, and this is what we try to do in Pathologic 3 as well, because I feel that it's part of the game's identity, the way it treats itself, the way it reflects upon itself.
Fantastic. You see, guys, I ask all the right questions and we get the best answers. We wouldn't go anywhere without the person answering, of course, but I'm buffing myself up right now. So, no shirts, instruments, but I get the idea. I have plenty of stories to tell, but usually they involve vivisections. I suppose kids do like that sort of thing. Why would I have bits of glass? I just about have one on my watch face. I may have to waste time on this both literally and figuratively. Let's say the second one. Say, is the capital a real place? I wish it wasn't. In a sense, of course, the capital is a myth, and that myth is the real capital, but the city does exist physically. What kind of question is that? We'll go to the second one. The Kynes came from the capital and made our town, but no other real people have come from there ever since. So I was thinking, perhaps Simon Kynes simply made up the capital, along with everything else? Right, sure, and I'm just an actor he hired. In a small town like yours, a single individual's authority can grow to be all-encompassing. I assure you, though, Kynes did not make up the capital. What do you mean they made your town? No, never mind. Trunks first, Kynes later. Have a nice day. Let's go with the second one. So, reasoning. Sometimes I need to take a step back for the moment and think logically through something. It helps me put the pieces of the picture back together. This is an interesting choice, Alphyna, this mechanic here. Because there are instances where it actually either stops your progress and you have to take it from the top, or it doesn't matter what you pick.
Yes. So
how did you approach this? Yeah.
The idea, like we're calling them mind palaces, and the idea behind the mind palaces was just to create a way to present logical reasoning chains in a sort of cinematic manner. Personally, I'm not too happy with how some of them are written, and expect some of them to be updated and patched pretty soon, as I get some sleep. Some have already been. But the idea behind them is that they aren't puzzles. So it's not about finding the correct chain among a number of red herrings. It's more about representing Daniel's mind and how verbal and how logical and how broken into pieces it is. How, step by step he thinks. So you can expect that with many of those mind palaces, it's not like this sort of puzzle that you can lose, although there are some where you can come to a wrong conclusion. So you do need to keep an eye on which lines you are picking. But it's more about, representing his state of mind.
Excellent.
Still, my main commentary here is that we do intend to tweak some of them still.
Evie says, really emphasizing his ambivalence, at least initially. No, don't delete it! This town gave me a warm welcome, didn't it? Hey, Jericho! I'm speechless at the customs of the townsfolk here. How am I supposed to do research without tools? Street sweeper saying no one here will help me find the missing items. I'll have to handle this myself. Follow the thieves' trail of rift suitcases. I might manage to recover something intact along the way. Without them, I might as well just catch the next train back. Oh, what a choice that would be. The most important thing is the microscope and the experimental prototype. Okay. The attention gaze says that you focus with Q and see all points of interest. If it's white, you go close to it and you get some thoughts. Like this. If it's red, it's a mania indicator. And if it's blue, it's an apathy indicator. Right now, mania is pretty high. And what mania does, it makes you more efficient. You move faster. But too much mania, you cannot talk to people and lose health fast. Or too much apathy, and you pretty much move like a snail. And if you run out of apathy, you uninstall yourself. The most fragile ones didn't break. Okay. So this is the mind's map. My thoughts, conclusions, deliberations. To see the events of a specific day, press the number on the cycle. And this is like your journal, but it's not a quest log per se. It's what's happening in his head, all his thoughts, loose ends, and what he thinks is happening in the world around him and to himself. Like it's an all-encompassing menu where you see pretty much everything that goes through the character's head. This is the best quote-unquote journal ever to be found in a game. This is great. It was great in Pathologic 2. It's a bit more interactive in Pathologic 3. But, yeah. This is pretty great.
It was created because I hate reading. Like, I'm a writer who hates reading. But in all seriousness, reading in video games is a very interesting subject. Because we sometimes are prepared to read a lot of text, as we've all seen with Disco Elysium, but generally speaking, people are fine with reading in Pathologic as well. But in order to make people read whatever you want to tell them in written form, you need to work very carefully on how you present the text. So you might have noticed that in Pathologic there is a limit on how long the NPC's phrase may be, and we've added polylogues, so the dialogues where several NPCs interact before you get to interject. But generally speaking, we want all the writing to be very interactive. So you have to pick an option every couple of seconds. We don't want to make the player to read a lot of text without interacting with it. And traditional video game journals have this issue of just being books.
Yes.
And no one comes to video games to read books. People are willing to interact with the written form, but it needs to be presented to them in a digestible way. So my idea behind the mind map in Pathologic 2 and now 3 was that you have this very complicated plot. It's very interesting. You can just represent it the way you think about it, geographically, in geometric form. So you can map the events on a mind map. And if you do, you don't need to spell everything out, because the way that things are connected is presented logically. So you don't need to say that he went there, he did that, and it followed that happened. You just, draw a pointing line, like a small arrow, which is exactly what we did here. But in Pathologic 3, mind map became an even more important instrument, because I feel that we won't get to that point in the stream, but you can also undo events through the mind map. So after a certain piece of story is completed, when you time travel into a certain day, you can choose that piece of story to basically undo it, unravel it through the mind map, and it's deleted from there, and you can do that quest or that piece of story again and maybe achieve a different outcome.
Well, that's not too far in. We might actually get there. We'll see.
Hopefully.
Athenodros asks, read the description of his gun. The Debutant. 2-shot pistol designed by Jacques Debat. Debut? It's French. A tiny
It's debut. Yeah.
debut. Oh, like the debut. Okay, I thought that would be weirder. Tiny and non-threatening. I'm saving the last bullet for one particular purpose. The guy who travels with a loaded 2-shot pistol has a very unique criteria of using his last bullet. Yeah, let's not get demonetized. So let's look more.
Yeah, it's actually like you. So we've added, you know, the streamer thing for the nudity, but it's so weird to make mature games in this day and age because, like, you can't avoid heavy subjects when dealing with Pathologic. It has substance abuse. It has people dying, and I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to pronounce the words these days, but.
Yeah, it has noses.
I refuse to use the TikTok euphemisms.
Yeah.
Basically, the subjects are heavy, but you can kind of show them, and you don't even get but you're not allowed to speak about them. It's very strange.
I was worried about two things when I was making my review because I used some trailer footage to avoid spoilers and stuff. The nooses and the stuff hanging from the nooses, I was like, will Skynet see this and understand what it is? It didn't. So
Okay.
it was fine. And the other thing is, like, I have to start the review with Embraer's one of my favorite tracks from Pathologic 2. And I'm like, I have it perfectly timed to fade out as the title drops and like, oh man, Embraer Zen, the first trailer of Pathologic 2, which I love and stuff. And then the moment I upload, I get the copyright claim straight away. I'm like, Theodore, what have you done? The music is now licensed. And I had to swap it with something else. I was very sad. Alphyna, gameplay question. Do you have the choice of not going back in time and just letting everyone around you unravel? Everything around you unravel, or leaving a mistake like it is, or you can't because he's a perfectionist? That's a good question, but it's also kind of spoilery. Alphyna, what do you want to say on that?
Sure. I think it is a spoiler, but it's not a super major spoiler. So after the intro, you are the intro is the start of day one, as you can see. It makes sense. But after the intro, you're not proceeding to day two. You are thrust into the middle of the story, and you are thrust into the worst possible version of the story, where you failed everything, didn't do anything, everyone, like every person of interest has died, and stuff like that. Now, do you have to revive everyone and to fix everything? Absolutely not. But one aspect of the game is that, unlike Pathologic 2 or Pathologic 1, the town is not entitled to survive. So as you start the game, the story ends at day 5, because the town, basically you haven't set up hospital, you haven't set up the emergency committee for fighting the plague, you haven't done anything. And so the people who are fighting to protect the town are not as competent as you can be. And they are failing to save it. In other words, you do have to jump back in time and do some things, because without them the town wouldn't move forward. Basically, the timeline ends at day 5. But you don't have to perfect every quest at all. You don't have to save everyone, and the game does account for you not saving people and just moving past some quests.
There you have it. No, Psych, it's not a blue or red Renegade or Paragon thing. It's a dynamic that's always there. Look at these reflections here. And I don't even run it max settings now because we're streaming. This is some pretty competent stuff. Okay, kiddos. This is something I never want to have. Let's talk to them. Alec, hey, back off, you. Get away from the girls. And from me, too. I ain't afraid of Admiral Ron when he boozes up, and I ain't afraid of you neither. I've got a knife. You can't hurt us, got it? Look at this little sucker. What are you gonna do, you wimp? The answers are, boozes up? What the hell are you talking about? I'm not drunk. The second, my nerves are hanging by a thread this thin. Do you want to see what happens when it finally snaps? I'm answering this because they're kids. Your hands are shaking and you've got those red eyes. Uncle Ron gets those eyes too. when he reaches for a second bottle and the shakes. And then picks... Wait, I read this wrong. Angleron gets those eyes too when he reaches for a second bottle and the shakes. And then he picks fights. I kinda messed this initially. But don't even think about picking a fight with me. I got a real knife, I do. What the hell are you babbling about? Wait, hold on. If I look like Angleron, that means I really do need to cool down first. Give me a moment. So, we have a very increased mania right now. And it says frightening extremes. It's hard for me to talk to people when I'm too apathetic or maniacal. I'll have to stabilize my condition first. You open your inventory and we're gonna use something that helps with mania. You change the icons with the latest patch. Oh yeah.
Yes, so like since you have a number of items that increase or decrease your apathy or mania, we've color coded them and we've like size coded them so that the items that are physically larger would increase your apathy or mania by a larger amount.
Yes. Oh, they say addictive, less effective with every use. That wasn't the description initially.
Well, the mechanics was maybe the text meant.
Yeah. Nah, it's quiet. She's dead already. A dead heart keeps beating for 40 days. That's what my mom says. It could have been dead that long. Do it. Tack it on. For 40 days. We have a tradition like this in Greece as well. It won't fit in there.
It's from Orthodox Christianity, which
yes.
Greece and Russia share. So.
Ta sarada. Told you we should have stuck in the belly, not the mouth. Lives in the belly, everybody knows that. These people love their food. Nope, a locomotive's life sits in the front with the driver. That's where the fire is, so the heart should be too. That's what Boulder told me. What do you have there? Oh, my prototype. Look like it's still intact. Be gone, vile snake. You killed the other trains, didn't you? It's cause of you that they don't come to us anymore. We were wandering and we didn't know why they kept dying. We got a whole graveyard. They're all rusted up and they can't go anywhere. And it's all because of you. You stole the train's heart and yourself carried it away in a suitcase. And now the train's all dead. If the train stopped coming a long time ago, it can't be my fault. I've never been here before and I'm not very good at stealing hearts. The things I touch do have a tendency to die. You've got me there. You said yourself the train's heart is at the front. I rode in a carriage in the middle. How could I get the heart then? What gave you the idea my prototype is the train's heart? Let's ask this. Well, it's made of iron, isn't it? And it's round. And if I tinker with it, it ticks. That means it's a heart, a train's heart. Yes, or a pocket watch. Or a bomb. Or the Inquisition's insignia. Their symbol is an iron heart, you know. It stands for sensitivity and clarity of mind. Or, that's what people say. Or my damn prototype, which you're going to break any minute now. Without it, the train stopped wailing, stopped moving too. That means it's dead. So this is its heart. Obvious, right? Well, that's a bit simplistic. Responds to stimuli just one characteristic of life. It's not exhaustive. I don't know how to make you all understand that my prototype has nothing to do with the train. Look, they're made of different metals. Well, you know, a man doesn't look very shiny on the inside either. And inside he's all red. No, he's right, the body has different layers, but all the meat is made of meat. That's what Grandpa Burak said. Look, my prototype is not the train's heart and certainly won't repair it. But it is an interesting thing in itself, so let's make a deal. You'll give it back and I'll tell you how it works. I don't know. There will be corpses in the tale, a whole pile of them. And there will be a damsel in the story, in distress, of course. And my genius, insufferable assistant will be in the tale. He could drive a saint into the grave with his rage-inducing adherence to details and thinly veiled political insinuations. That's what we're saying. Oh, Mom said the same thing about Mr. Marek, and then he hanged himself in the shed. Look there, let me take the prototype. I won't run away, I promise. To wind it up, you need to turn this handle clockwise. And now we get a flashback. In the capital. I can hear the pollution in here. It makes a distinct sound. Here's our boy, Grandmaster of Chess Against Death. They say he stutters outside Thanatica, but I wouldn't know. Because they never hang out, they're just working.
Yep.
Venit mors velociter, rapid nos atrociter, nemini parsetur.
Platon, because of course. To prime it, hold the crank and turn it clockwise. Chief, hello? Or for crying out loud, your mind's flown away again. My mind and I are planted firmly on the ground. Prime the what now? This morgue is swimming in gas leaks from the lab. From the lab 102. I heard the alarm. That's right, I pulled the alarm because of the chlorine from lab 102. Anyway, the crank itself... The crank is stiff, so you'll have to turn it with some force. Platon, are you crazy? There is a gas leak. What did you call me in here for? We have to seal the morgue and evacuate quickly. Oh, no, Daniel. What we have to do is load the prototype you're fiddling with and use it to get into the morgue. A woman rose from the dead in there, and it will be, I think you'll agree, extremely frustrating if she dies again. We must get her out. Arisen from the dead? An unavailable fate in... An unenviable fate. Yeah. Sorry, I haven't slept, guys. You'll hear me fumble a couple of times. I'm extremely tired, but we'll get there together. Let me repeat. We have to get out of here. You're already delirious. I was collecting tissue samples to determine the onset of rigor mortis when I heard a noise. I turned around and... Holy smokes! A woman was sitting up in the gurney, stiff as a poker, rasping her throat. I started to ward her, but then I smelled the gas and pulled the alarm lever. Code Barnett, I'm so excited about later days, oh my god. Welcome, my friend. Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the stream. It wasn't spontaneous resurrection. It couldn't be. These cases always turn out to be lethargy or catatonia or apnea. So why not get here yourself? Why call for me? We don't have a second to waste. Chlorine isn't known for bringing back the dead, but if the woman was brought here by mistake alive, perhaps the gas would have irritated her mucous membranes enough to wake her. Chief, you're braiding another one of your chains of hypotheticals. We need practical observations. Pull out the patient, then write the monograph, not the other way around. You're right. Tell me what I should do with this device, this prototype, I think it's called it. I already told you, but fine, let's go over it again. You're holding an experimental prototype meant to dissipate tuberculosis miasma. Remember the consumption task force? Kaufman, Gorski, Anna Stein? At least the gas hasn't done you any lasting damage. A million little details as always. That's reassuring. I'd feel even better if we could leave this morgue. Of course I remember. In the wake of Bazin, they were commissioned to make a device to dissipate miasma, but I believe it was meant for something other than tuberculosis. This magnificent gizmo disperses an aerosol of disinfectant. First, you load the prototype. There's a bottle of solution in the beige cabinet. Best set it on the table while you load it. You can't do it while you're holding it. I wonder if this will work against chlorine, though considering it was designed for mustard gas. Load it, then what? Next, you wind the prototype up. To prime it, hold the crank here and turn clockwise. The crank is stiff, right? So I have to turn it with some force. And then just release the content into the gas. This Anna Stein isn't just a medic, she's a natural-born mechanical engineer. What an ingenious device. How do you guess? And then I just release the contents into the gas? Correct. Wind up the crank, then release. The gas should dissipate, theoretically. Wind, release, dissipate. Repeat until you reach your resurrectee. Just remember, the chlorine will keep coming while your supply of solution is finite. Just try to be as efficient as possible, Chief. And what about the deceased woman? Where is she now and what state? These little symbols at the end of a piece of dialogue means that the dialogue will end. So you want to explore everything available in one go. You have to go for the lines that don't have this symbol at the end. The formerly deceased woman, Chief. Before the gas became to see through, she was sitting on a gurney at the opposite end of the morgue. From there, I know as little as you do. She may have gone back to being deceased. Is the second really that hard? If you play Imago Pathologic 2, you're gonna need some medication yourself. It's crushingly demanding to do a complete playthrough with everyone you need surviving. It's very difficult. Koteb Anarot. I hope that's the name. Sorry if I butchered it. I wonder if we'll learn more about Kynes and Simon and Miss Polyhedron.
Miss Polyhedron.
Yeah.
Yes, you will. Like, this is what this story is centered around. Obviously, like, this was the narrative challenge for me personally, because I only came on board a year and like a couple of months ago. So in this relatively short period, we had to construct an immensely large story, which like has this more grounded aspect of you being a doctor who works with the patients, this sort of medical detective, or with the hospital mechanics, you examining them, you're figuring out that basically playing Dr. House, you know, in rural Russia. But it also has this story of transcendence of these strange people who came to this backwards town and created an impossible construction that maybe helped them defeat death and maybe not. It's unclear. And this is what you came here to examine. So you are always torn between these two aspects of you as a doctor and you as a researcher who wants to defeat death, which maybe should be done not via medicine and like classic science, but via transcending, basically, in simpler terms, you know. And a lot of the story revolves around Simon and Simon's interactions with the town, Simon's role in the town, the mystery of his death, and the tug of war between your humanity and the need to save lives as a doctor, and your curiosity and the need to understand what he did as a, I don't know, let's say as an investigator.
Hey there, Zog. So you got your answer, my friend? Or you may have already hallucinated her. You'd inhaled enough by then, but there's only one way to find out. The chances are infinitesimal, but... Alphyna, come on. If we really are dealing with a spontaneous resurrection, and if we lose the patient, I'm going to commit some crime against humanity. This is one of the best lines. Pneumatics with mechanical priming. The longer I hold the crank, the stronger the effect. Clears the miasma in front. Operating range is supposed to be decent. One load is good for 20 uses. Need to spend fluid wisely. The morgue corridors is like a maze. Required ingredients are readily available, at least in this institute. To load the prototype, I need to stimulate a stimulant, an anesthetic, and a toxin. They should be here in these beige cabinets. First thing we teach lab assistants, the best stuff is in the beige cabinets. Evaporate, residue goes into the prototype. Add the ingredients one by one to the setup and heat it up. Heat, then open the valves. Should be enough for 20 uses. So we get the stuff. We got the prototype. We load it. I think it's a good idea, just a thought, to make it so like right-clicking places items into like the research containers or the prototype straight away. You know what I mean? Because you always have to drag and drop. So this is our main means of defending against the plague for the duration. The prototype, it's not a weapon, of course, it's a medical device. It dissipates miasmatic gases and stuff. So you can traverse areas that are very contaminated. The miasma, and like Pathologic 2, isn't something that's as harmful per se, but it slows you down.
It has a number of effects on you. They were, I'm not even sure they, like, this is a tutorial section, so they're all very, very subdued. But when you are face the same miasma in the actual town, they slow you down, they fuck up your psychic metabolism probably not allowed to swear. They can drain your health. Basically, they have a number of effects on you, all of them detrimental. And yes, the prototype is your go-to way to deal with them, but it deals like, so you can disperse the plague clouds, for example, or you can stun the opponent that hunts you, but we'll get to that later.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that. You're not escaping me with that. We'll talk about it. What was that? I wanted to say something and I brain farted. Athenodor says control and left click places them immediately. I didn't know that. They should state it in the menu or something. Okay. I did not know that. Control and left click. Alphyna, did you know that?
No, I actually didn't.
Imagine that. This is insane. Hey, Yanis. Gotta say, I'm going nuts about how this game reflects Daniel's mechanical and careful approach to everything. He's not gonna roam around blind like Artemi. Yeah, of course he's not. He wouldn't allow himself to fumble like that because he's a bit of a prick. Okay, let's go. There she is. Okay, I have to touch upon this because I know many people who played Pathologic 2 and Pathologic 3 have thought about this, and because of how we handle such matters on this channel, I'm gonna do it in the most respectful way, as always. Women in this town are freaking gorgeous. Like, even this one, who looks like a corpse, is gorgeous, but they're not gorgeous in an aggressively sexualized way, unless we're talking about the herb brides, which are like more fey, more like abstract creatures. The men are also, for the most part, good looking, but women are gorgeous in Pathologic 2 and Pathologic 3. And I have had messages about this. Acubine Card, I played a lot, man, because I had to review it. You can watch my review when you have some time. Alphyna, was there a core idea behind this representation of the fairer sex? Like, you know, to have them have all these delicate characteristics and all that? Or it was like, you know, we like beautiful stuff in the game, like Expedition 33 did it, like, you know, beautiful characters, beautiful locales and stuff. How would you interpret it? Do you know anything about it? Was there something behind the designs? Because every single woman model in these two games, like, very well put together. And it struck me as odd from playing Pathologic 2 back in the day, except for a couple of villagers, like female villagers. They're very beautiful. What was the idea behind it? Was there an idea behind this?
I think this is, first of all, it's not my place to comment on that. The vast majority of the designs are based off of Mythos's sketches and their drawings. The art director of Pathologic 2, and I honestly think this is just what you get when a very talented artist designs the characters. And what I personally like, honestly, I don't share your view that it's just the women that are exceptionally beautiful and interesting in Pathologic. I think all the faces are interesting, and with the new characters added in Pathologic 3, we obviously try to follow the same trend of making them, I think they are handsome and beautiful because they are interested, because they are not stock models, because they have imperfections. And some characters were designed after real people who just inspired the artists. Others were, I think, like based off of this idea that people are beautiful when you take the time to absorb their personal characteristics. I'm not sure I'm explaining it very well, but what I like about them is that they all have these quirks. They do have certain imperfections to them. None of them are real models, and this is exactly what makes them beautiful, because they were designed by a person who was very attentive to the interesting and beautiful aspects of real world and real life people. That's like my perception anyway.
Yeah, we're just having a conversation about this. I know you didn't draw them or anything, but it always struck me as I spoke about the males as well, and I know Daniel Dankowski specifically has a huge fan club for the better part of 20 years now out there. I don't know, it's... How should I put it? It's like Lowry from Mystery of the Druids, you know, that old adventure game? That he sits behind his desk levitating over his chair because it was 3D on a 2D background. It wasn't like he wasn't a yogi or anything. He just, stuck out from the pre-rendered stuff. And people have been fanboying about Lowry for 26 years now. And if it's an approach, a holistic approach from the artist's side of things, the artist might be an aesthete, people who feel very strongly about beauty in things, but the approach of everyone has something beautiful about them if you take enough time to perceive it, it's very well stated.
I also think that Daniel does indeed have a following.
Yeah, he does.
So do many characters in the Pathologic universe. And honestly, while Daniel is meant to be kind of handsome, I don't think it's just the handsomeness. I think it's just that he's this sort of Byronic, edgy anti-hero who has very strict ideals and who is very fervent about them, who can be a bit of a snarky asshole, which again adds charm. It's a type of character that easily gets into people's hearts and becomes memorable. And on the other hand, we don't nearly get enough games where we get to play as this sort of anti-hero. So, this type of characters is often reserved, for a sidekick of the main character. And playing as this sort of snarky anti-hero who, you definitely feel for him. You want him to succeed, you care about him, you know that he is humane, but you kind of also enjoy the way he can be a bit of an asshole sometimes. I feel that it's a very fun character to play as and to fill the shoes of. And personally, I feel that that's why people like him.
Yeah, that's a good take. Bro, psych. You will not buy video games unless you consult me in the future, man. I'm trying to save your soul and your wallet. Kote says, as an old man we're getting into the BDSM stuff now. Georgie and Isidore are also very good looking. Cool looking, and surprisingly, Big Vlad too. I think he's very underrated. Dude, Big Vlad's eyebrows can pulverize mountains. Like the first time I saw Big Vlad's face, I was like, his eyebrows are hammering the screen right now. Valentino says, Alphyna, damn good writing, congratulations, really. Arigato gozaimasu.
I've been told that to look young, I need to make the heart like that, and not like that, as I'm used to as a millennial, so...
Well, they can't see you now. It has to be expressed verbally.
Oh, okay, but I'm making the heart with my two fingers, and basically with the tips of my fingers,
Yeah, she's doing the Korean thing. Thank you for the sub. Guys, subscribe, follow according to where you're watching from. Thank you so much for your presence here tonight. And I'm very happy that I have Alphyna here to discuss the game in depth with. Spontaneous Resurrectee. Are you death? You have death's eyes. What a compliment. I have the eyes of a man who's just walked through 40 meters of poisonous gas without protective goggles. Dead people don't cough, which means you're still alive, for now. Give me your hand. Talking can wait. At the end of the tunnel, there's a second tunnel. Can you hear me? Focus on me. Hold on to my voice. Try to stay awake. Don't speak, you'll inhale even more poison. You can tell me everything you've seen in your post-human's vision later. We need to get out of here at once. And so it happens. And we're back to the kids. We're back to the kids! Jekka, at the end of the tunnel there's a second tunnel. What does that mean? It means that when you die there's neither life or death, but something else entirely. That if trains were worms, they tunnel towards you underground. It's just nonsense. That woman was disoriented and hallucinating. Like a coin falling on its edge. Is that a Legacy of Kain reference? Or a Mobius strip? You shouldn't concern yourself with such things, though. Can I have my prototype back? Take it. It spins all boring clockwise only. Grandpa Simon has clocks that spin every which way. Besides, the train's already dead. Couldn't save it in time. Look, it's blowing its whistle, still smoking. That's as alive as it gets. You understand transplantation at least a bit. Indeed, a heart can survive outside the body. Grandpa Simon, you mean Simon Kine? I'm here to meet him, actually. We've only got one grandpa between us. What are those special clocks he has? I've been told he lives in the Crucible with his family. Can you tell me the shortest route there? Is he really immortal? I'm sick of this game. Go away. We're gonna play Cat in the Old Hat. We still have time before the sun sets. Wait, what about my microscope? I'll trade you another tail for it. We didn't take your microscope. I didn't expect you to know that word. Even some people in the capital don't know it. Where is it then? If the prototype is my right hand, the microscope is my left. I can't collect data without it. The doghead must have taken it. Khan and Notkin got a deal. All the war spoils get split down the middle. They don't care about hearts. Not in any of their many faces. Why would they need another one? What does your microscope do? Is it alive? Dogheads? Khan and Notkin? A heart in a face? I don't understand a single word. A microscope is a kind of metallic pipe fitted with lenses. You use it to look at small objects and it makes them large and detailed. Oh, a kaleidoscope. To look at the colorful town. You can do it like Capella? A cappella? I'm not much of a singer. Oh, a cappella, sorry. You know the word kaleidoscope? Oh, and defenestration. Mr. Marek used it when Foreman you threw Uncle Ron out the window. So as it stands, you passed my belongings along to some other gang, and I need to go get them to get my microscope back. Am I right? Khan must have given it to Capella as a gift. Are you stupid? She hates kaleidoscopes after what happened with the stained glass. No, Khan wouldn't have given it to her. If it's something that changes things when you look through it, he must have given it to Grandpa Simon. Grandpa Simon loves things like that. Khan wouldn't give it to anyone, not before he looks at it himself, or after either. But he's honest, even if he's wicked. He'd give it back to the owner. If you find him in town, he'll deal fair. Where can I find him? Well, if they brought you your micro kaleidoscope into the polyhedron, you won't see it again. No use looking there. Try the stairways to heaven. The dogheads like them, think they look like the polyhedron. There's one right here in the maw. You know, after this conversation, with its capellas, cans, polyhedrons, I'm beginning to see the shape of the world you live in. It sounds complicated, but it can't be worse than human anatomy, can it? This is a very interesting outro for the conversation, because after all this, what the hell is happening here, conversation, the player themselves kinda start to get a grasp. Alphyna, you translated Pathologic 1 and Pathologic 2 into English, right? So, if so, I really loved your work. Did you translate the names and such, or was it brainstorming session type of deal? I think my patho hyperfixation returns full force. I love this stream. Oh, Kote, thank you so much. Stick around for more. Hey, Lutz. What's up, my man? Hey, FiOth on Twitch. Your stream won't load for me. Is it just me? Anyone else? Vedran, the stream on Twitch might not load because in certain regions, Twitch will not support 1440p, which is what I stream on. I stream 2K. So, stick around. You can drop a follow on Twitch, but here's where the good peeps are, mostly, like, bigger number than the other place. So, let's keep going.
Yeah, there was the question about localization. I did translate Pathologic 1 and 2. I was the localization lead. I didn't like translate every single word single-handedly. And I personally translated like the names and the terms and everything like that. And I also found the team of editors, because so in localization you're not supposed to translate things into languages that you are not a native speaker of. I'm not a native English speaker. I'm a native Russian speaker. So, like, legally, normally I shouldn't translate into English even if I feel fluent. So I did the translations, and then I found a team of editors of English native speakers who did the editing of my translations. It was not as simple as it may sound, because any publisher can provide you with like a native speaker and an editor, but we didn't want just any native speaker. You know, we wanted people who are good at creative writing, who are very literary themselves. And I wrote to Fail Better Games, the team that created Sunless Sea and Sunless Skies and all those games, and I asked if any of their writers would be interested in helping us out, and they connected us to a team of writers, of English-speaking writers, who became the editors for Pathologic 2, and I'm very happy to say that they're still working with us on Pathologic 3, and they are doing the editing. We have a very close relationship. I'm not personally supervising localization this time around. It's actually an interesting question. Like, I did everything on Pathologic 2. It was just 2 people on the narrative team. Nikolai, who did most of the writing, and me, who did most of the everything else. And now there are 5 people, plus the person who manages localization, and like, we are still barely managing. Either I've gotten very old, or the game is way more complicated than Pathologic 2 was.
My dear, there was so much talking in this, so much more talking than the second one. It makes total sense you're tired.
Fair enough. It's a very talky-talk game. Well, we are very happy to have a very close relationship with our native speaker editing team. A lot of them are the same people who did Pathologic 2, and they are invested in the world and the story. Like, some bits of the game are rewritten in English. For example, the tragedians speak in iambic pentameter in English, but they don't do it in Russian. They wanted to add this additional theatrical flair, and they rewrite the lines personally. And I feel that those like, at this point, it's even strange to call them editors. They are co-writers, and they add their personal aesthetical view to the writing, and I feel that it becomes much better for it. So, like, you know, there is this tendency to ascribe achievements to single people, like people who become celebrities, but video games are a very collaborative effort, and I feel it now more than ever, because I often get questions like, hey, who wrote this specific dialogue? Was it you? Was it like another writer? Was it this guy? Was it that guy? And the genuine answer is that often there isn't a single answer, because sometimes, like, the best dialogues are often written by one person, then edited by another person, then someone adds some bits on top of that, it's like this sort of house that you build, adding stuff on top of stuff. And when you have a good team, a team that synergizes really well, you like become this sort of multi-headed creature that works together. And I do feel that we have this sort of connection with our English-speaking team as well, and I'm very, very happy that we managed to maintain it through the years.
Excellent. Kote is very happy with the answer. Hey, Igor, welcome, my friend. He seems to be a super fan of I Speak Lodge. We all are. No, I think this message was meant for Alphyna specifically, because he knows she is a Russian speaker. It's fine, guys. Sometimes we'll see some Greek in the chat. We'll see some Russian. We can see, like, we have some Arabic in a stream a while back. It's fine as long as it's not very extensive, so everyone can participate. Valadriels, thank you for the raid, my friend, on Twitch. Thank you, appreciate it. The reason this is an English voice channel whilst I'm a Greek dude is because I want to reach out to as many people as possible. So let's use the common dialect to communicate with each other and enjoy the work. So the Odong. Ene bebe shib. That's an interesting mask you have. Orbis Mirabilium Plenus S. Is the Latin in Pathologic 2 and Thick correct, Alphyna, or is it intentionally sometimes a bit flawed?
No, it's meant to be correct, and if it's incorrect, that means that some of the writers have fucked up. Actually, in his review, Seth said that, to understand Daniel's vibe, replace Latin with Japanese, and you'll understand how semi-funny he sounds sometimes. So he does like his Latin. It's straight from the original, but no, it's meant to be proper Latin. He is a bit edgy with how he uses it sometimes. So like, you didn't have to respond in Latin here. Like he does want, to show off his Latin skills, which once again, it's meant to be proper. So if you found a mistake in Latin, please let us know. We'll fix it.
Okay.
And the phrase means that the world is full of miracles.
Okay, I still will not answer this odong in Latin, because unlike Dankowski, I'm not a prick. I see they're making preparation for some kind of festival at town. Go away, snake man. You've got sharp heels. What's with your face? Your face, goddammit. Look more like a congenital disease than an injury. Some kids run through here with my belongings. Do you see them? We gaze at the earth. Do not pull us away from the earth. Was that a threat? I sure hope not. I don't take kindly to threats. Then I shall not presume to divert your attention any further. It's his first contact with an odong, which is like, what the hell is this thing? So Pathologic is a mix between a doctor simulator, Silent Hill, and time travel. Silent Hill, I wouldn't say that much, unless you're talking about the meaning behind symbolism, for example. But yeah, doctor simulation and time travel sounds about right. For the third one.
It has a lot of fog.
It has a lot of fog, yeah, that's true. Okay, let's go. Oh, an herb bride. No boobs, please. We don't want to get demonetized.
It's so funny. Like, I remember I was young when we made Pathologic 2, and it was my first. And like, I think the culture of streaming was a bit different back then. But we just released the game with all those naked ladies. We didn't think twice about it. And I remember seeing like how a streamer encountered her bride, and like they were in panic. So like, panicking, they moved their camera around to cover her nudity, and they were like, and it was like back in 2019. I don't believe they would get like instantly demonetized back then. It's just like it was culturally inappropriate, and so the sensibilities were a bit different at the studio back then. It didn't even occur to us that this would be a problem, and it was funny.
You know what's funny?
We are wiser now.
Artistic nudity is something beautiful to behold, and we've come to a place as a society where we can't enjoy specific aspects of art because it's taboo. We went full circle, you know. We went through the Renaissance and everything became like expression shouldn't be constrained. The artists should be able to express themselves, and then we had like modern sculpting, modern painting, all that stuff, and then we went back into the dark ages. Like, it's depressing to think how much stuff got fucked in the last few years. It's like, Jesus. Okay, let's not talk about the bad shit. Let's talk about the good shit.
Absolutely.
Bertrand, such a harmless fellow he was. Never hurt a fly in his life. And the Reaper slashed him to ribbons, like the rest of them anyway, the brute. We must give these unfortunate souls a proper burial, the proper burial they deserve. Then find the Reaper and give him a burial befitting a beast. Daughter of Suok. Kulike Kunud. Do not act rashly. Give Kirik to me. I'll pay you back in kind, in herbs, in blood. What happened here? What do you mean give Kirik to you? You want to take the corpse? I don't mean to alarm you, but you have holes in your dress the size of another dress. Daniel must be like, what the heck? Are you crazy? Why are you looking at her? Why are you even speaking to her? Begone, witch! Bayante, do not speak to me, stranger. I have come begging for food to give Swag, begging for tears to give Mother Bodo. I speak to the blood of Odorg, of our town. You're not our blood. My eyes do not see you, stranger. My ears do not hear you. Suok, Mother Bodo, Odorg, before you ask, no, I don't need to write down new words. I have an excellent memory. The Reapers come to town. The father killer, Burak. He was always a wild one, but then Mara Shabank lay with him in the steppe and whispered things in his ear to make him water earth with blood. As soon as he got off the train, he went on the murder spree. He killed Jacob Sterk, he killed Kirik, he killed Harmest Birdie. He's a monster. Dude, if I was Dankowski, right in this moment, my brain would have exploded. Like, read this. The father killer Bulak, he was always a wild one, but then Mara Shabnak lay with him in the steppe and whispered things in his ear to make him water the earth with blood. Reminds me of a village close to where I was born, where if you wore black t-shirts, they called you a Satanist. Like, rural Eastern Europe, Greece included, take it 50 years back, people were fucking cavemen, man. Like, they would believe the weirdest stuff. This is a good depiction of what you would expect from rural Eastern Europe. Like, go wherever, like Poland, Greece, like whatever. People would believe this shit. It strikes home so, like, directly. It's almost nostalgic, but in the worst possible way. I thought I had come alone, or almost alone, but I definitely don't recall a Mad Reaper on the train with me. And people scoff at me for saying our land abounds with analytical minds. Did you deduce all this simply by inspecting the corpse, including the fornication in the steppe? Mara Shabnak, who's that? I'll go with the edgy one. Everyone knows her marks. If the victim's chest was ripped open, Shabnak told the killer where to strike. If a person lashes out like a beast, it's her holding their leash. And if you see the handprints of the earth instead of footprints... Bayante, hear me out, blood of my Odorg. Suok sings of a fierceness, a sharpness, inside the one you call Kirik. Give his body to me. He's yet dead to you anyway. You will bury him, and he will rot away until nothing is left. I will bury him, and Suok will eat him, and drink his savagery and his sting, and sing Ubenhei Dun, an herb song in gratitude. She'll give us twire, and will brew us a lot of twirine. This is an herb that produces a halogenic drink that they enjoy in the steppe. She will give us Ashen Swiss, the harshest of the herbs. Be Kelnum Ashen Swiss is a cruel herb, a bad herb. It thrives on blood and spite. Suok sings that we will need plenty of Swiss soon. Yours is a burial into emptiness, but mine will be a burial into Suok's womb. I am at your feet, Hein Kudun, good people. Give me the one you call Kirik. And now the guy responds. Should we give her the body, maybe? He didn't seem to have any family, and without them in the picture, I guess it doesn't matter if we bury him or the kin do. Who knows? Suppose we do get a great crop of twire. Like, yeah, man. That tracks. I was under the impression that who buries who actually matters quite a lot in traditional cultures. Are corpses used as fertilizers often around these parts? But they aren't just going to use him, they'll desecrate him until not even Shabnak can recognize what's left. That's what you're going to do, isn't it? Isn't it, step girl? Say it! Look at this Karen, man. Like, this is the one NPC out of the bunch that should have this conversation with the air bride. Look at this face. She wants to speak with the manager. Say it, and don't you dare try to lie to us. I am at your feet, Hayekunun, good people. I promise there will be no desecration. We will take his name so it holds his sharpness no longer, and we will lower him into Suok's womb. Everyone will forget him, forget the wicked murderer Kirik, and only Asher Swiss will remain. I knew there was a catch. Wicked or not, you can't just bury a person without their name. Everyone has the right to be remembered, if nothing else. But he really was a wicked man. The rare time someone remembers him at all, they will never have anything good to say. Perhaps it's for the best if everybody forgets him. What an ethnographic goldmine you've got here. It's a shame I'm not an anthropologist. You could at least ask her to stand up. This is awkward. They'll take the name of this Kirig? What does that mean? Let's hand over the body. I'd rather avoid a falling out with the kin. The kin are the steppe people, like this herb bride, like the Odong, the worm creature. It will only lead to more trouble down the line. What do you think, stranger? You certainly look important. Maybe you have some brains to back it up. The body of a victim who met a violent end must be withheld for the purposes of forensic examination. Even if a beautiful young woman asks otherwise. That's a horny line right there. Once a person dies, their body is no more than a collection of molecules and tissues. Any opportunity to put it to some use is a stroke of fortune. Corpus non est templum. I don't care one way or another. Death came to this town today. Such great death, the likes of which has never been seen before. Today will be a fearsome day, tomorrow even more so. And on the third day, fear itself will die. And without Ash and Swiss, we will die too. I came to this town today, that's all that matters. I have to say that all these prophecies are making me uneasy. Shamir. Hey Samir, welcome my friend. Why did the developers choose a black background for the dialogue instead of blurred part of the environment? I don't know. Alphyna might be able to answer that, but I think it's far more theatric if it's just a black void. I prefer it. Alphyna, do you have anything to add?
We actually, there were tweaks during the course of development. I think, they had blurred backgrounds just recently. So the original intention, the emotion behind the dialogue screen was like, it was described in a way that you must feel as though you and the person you are talking to have covered your head with a blanket, and you are like talking in this enclosed and very personal space, disconnected from the rest of the world. But I personally also liked the dialogues when they had the shaded blurred background instead of just black space behind them. But I believe that there were too many issues with lighting in different scenes, because when you start the dialogue, there is no separate scene that is loaded. You're just, this is the close-up of the model in the space they are standing in, and it can create unpleasant situations with like weirdness happening in the background, or things conflicting with lighting. I believe that is the reason. I might be wrong here.
Well, that's a take though. Okay, Bad Griff, one of my favorites. The anime villain in the steppe.
Neither above nor below the ground can heaven or hell be found.
I love the quips and then the silence. It grabbed me by the neck with Pathologic too as well. Like the first time you interact with an NPC is like abracadabra motherfucker, and then they stop talking. It's like, okay, that's interesting. And usually they will say something profound, but it'll just, you know, it comes and goes, and then you're left with a dialogue. Very unique way of interacting with characters. I found it very charming. Wouldn't you look? A customer. Keep walking, customer. This shop's appointment only, and I don't recall your name on the list. Can you add me then? From a distance they looked just like coffins. Are you two on a date? Sorry to interlude. Look at this lady here, man. She looks great. Like, this struck me square in the face from Pathologic too. Like, okay, these are brides, beautiful. These women, beautiful. These guys, good looking. Like, okay. I mentioned it before.
It's so it's a bit funny that you're reacting to that so much. A game, like, a story doesn't need for people to be ugly.
No, not at all. No, not at all. There is no right or wrong way to do it. There is a sensitivity towards aesthetic integrity. That's what I'm gonna underline, you know. I don't find it weird. Recently I was playing, like, in multiple occasions, Chronos the New Dawn. Have you played Chronos? Alphyna?
Have I played what, sorry?
Chronos the New Dawn by Bloober Team.
No.
Okay. And Chronos has pretty much the same approach that you put into this. very respectfully crafted, aesthetically pleasing characters. And I appreciate this very, very much. Because you don't have to go to, you know, controversial extremes, let's say. And it's a volatile discussion. But when there is genuine creative focus instead of, you know, a tug of war, and the only thing that matters is the creative expression, you get something that is holistically honest. You know, that's what we wanted to create, and this is what we drew, and this is what we're presenting here. I'm just saying that it is a very delicate characteristic when it comes to the Pathologic games, and I appreciate it very much. It was the same with the Void. The Void is kind of the same. The whole scenario of the Void kind of veers towards, you know, how beauty can be exploited and stuff. But its appreciation is not like I'm flabbergasted or anything. I'm just appreciating it for being present, you know? That's what I mean. Fashionista.
Yeah, like my personal take here is that when games... So I enjoy a game where all characters are beautiful, but they also have personality and they are genuinely different in appearance. I feel that sometimes when a game tries to make everyone handsome and beautiful, it kind of makes characters a bit run-of-the-mill. Don't take me as a hater, but sometimes anime games and movies suffer from that. Not all of them. Not all of them. So you can absolutely create anime characters with distinct personalities represented visually, but not all of them do. And that is boring. So characters need to look different. They need to have different personalities and emotions and vibes. But when that aspect is fulfilled, I think it's nice when they're all interesting and beautiful in their own way.
A very ancient Greek approach to beauty, you know? It was an expression of the inner self.
Yeah, I suppose.
Do not take my belly for granted, people. I just got my six-pack into one place. Yeah, it's like...
Which absolutely randomly reminds me that when we released the demo, some people thought that that Daniel's assistant, Platon, is named like that for us to be edgy because, you know, like after the philosopher. And obviously he is named after the philosopher, but that's simply because Platon was a popular name in Russia at the start of the 20th century. So he's not named after Plato the philosopher, he's named after all the people named after Plato the philosopher.
It's Platon
random word drop.
It's Platonception. Platon within Platon.
Yes. Within the cave.
Repulsify, create me in the game, I'm ugly. No, you're not. You're a beautiful human being, man. And a very kind one. The Void asks Athenodros, is it very difficult to play? The Void is a difficult game, but I don't think it's more difficult than Pathologic 2. Pathologic 2, I think, went full sadist on us.
I think that the Void is more clunky than truly difficult, and it's a bit unbalanced. The international version, which was the add-on version, so like there is the super hardcore original Russian version, and then there was an add-on which became the international version, which is, I think, more approachable. But like it's more about the jank than the actual like Souls-like type of difficulty. It's absolutely playable.
Did you like my little paragraph about Slav junk in the review? Did you catch that, Alphyna?
Slav junk, what?
I had a little paragraph about Slav junk in the review, appeared on the screen for a moment. Did you catch that?
No, actually, I think I missed, because like I'm not doing this to read letters on the screen.
I'm getting roasted by the person who wrote all this. This is hypocrisy. Okay, let's go. It looked like a giant bird was nesting by the train. Birdies, birdies, gather ye here around the marble nest. This is a quote from the Marble Nest standalone piece of DLC for Pathologic 2. I can't recall where the quote is from. I can. Dankowski. I played the Marble Nest. Just the coffins. I couldn't believe there were so many. I thought I was dreaming. I saw something with a face. I'm not sure of anything right now. Quit trying to scare us. Better yet, have a look. We've got plenty of shops in town, but our warehouse keeper here can get it for you wholesale. Just look at these boots he snags. Scarlet. They're pretty. Are they from the capital? I'd expect a romantic soul like yours would be more interested in the Scarlet Pimpernel than Scarlet boots. From a coffin. Snatch the boots from a coffin. A coffin is the best way... A coffin is the best when you need a chest. A checkpoint guard wouldn't dare open it up out of respect. It's inhumane. Meanwhile, it's overflowing with 100 pairs of Scarlet Saffiano leather boots, tax and duty-free. Saffiano leather, those are bog standard military issue boots that have been dyed wrong. You're right about one thing, it's no good shying away from death. One can't understand a thing if they refuse to look at it. So you smuggle contraband in coffins? You're a tax inspector? No, but that doesn't mean I approve of illicit trade. I can't imagine a dollar job. Keep your nose out of other people's coffins then. Once someone goes in, who knows what happens. Maybe they never died. Maybe they never existed at all. It's Schrodinger's coffin. Of course, if I start poking around coffins, how will you exploit the public's fear of death for your smuggling operation? It did. No one knows what happens to someone once they go into a coffin, but I intend to find out. Do what you want, but these boots are no Saffiano leather. Okay. Coffin full of boots. Jesus Christ. Okay. I have to say it, like, we're double encoding this. Running it on high settings, and it runs like butter, like, it's so much more streamlined and refined than the second game. Like, I have to give it that 100%. The mind's affected by interactions with specific objects. They're easy to spot if you enter concentration mode. So, this is a red item. If I interact with it, it gives me some mania. Blue items give you serenity, so you go into apathy. All in all, is a system that allows you some utility, but you have to be careful of the extremes.
Indeed.
Baha, my good little bull, blunt-mouthed, broad-browed, please forgive us. You're silly, Erze, and you always have been. He's returning to Boss Turok, to Bodo. We are leading him into the bosom of his mother and father. Why are you asking me for forgiveness? Because Boss Turok is dead, Aina. This little bull's whole life he didn't know that the most beautiful creature, the immortal Boss Turok, was waiting for him. And now that he knows, Boss Turok is dead. Buha will find his father's silent corpse. Hahar will not pity him. Who died? I thought there was some kind of festival happening in town, but you're just talking about death. It's a funeral, Karikun. Boss Turok, the father of all Katage people and bulls, has died. We asked Suok to bring him back. You are the silly one, Aina. Suok didn't eat Boss Turok. How could she? He's bigger than her, stronger than her. The immortal can't be killed. He chooses death himself. We asked Boss Turok to change his mind and come back to us, his children. Is Boss Turok some kind of mythical creature? What happened exactly? Well, actually, some animals, like lobsters, don't undergo natural aging and death, but they can still be killed by external forces. What a coincidence, you're bearing an immortal and I came to study one. All immortals are one immortal, Karikun, for death is always one, therefore the immortal is always one. Is Boss Turok what you call Simon Kine? So what happened to Boss Turok? If it's round, then it's orange. Who am I to argue with that logic? Boss Turok is the father of all Katage people and bulls. Oh, how can I explain? The herb brides walk barefoot so we can always hear his heart. Tonight it stopped beating. His children are afraid without their father, so we ask him to respond. But I feel he has died. A fang or a claw was thrust into him. I feel the wound bleeding. Rust has soaked into him. I feel the rot squelching underfoot. Quiet, both of you. You know nothing. Boss Turok can die only from gloom. We will cheer him up, feed him, and show him our joy. He will bring the last Aurochs to his bosom. Then he will remember us and return to us. Clearly, your boss Turok is a mythologem, but it must have some basis. I wonder what. Maybe you felt the aftershock of an earthquake. They sometimes occur in the northeast. So the secret to immortality was to smile and put aside sorrow. So this bull meant to be sacrificed? Mother Bodo is a blind loving mother, the worm of the earth. But Boss Turok not only bore us, he watched over us. We lived under his watch. Now the town is without a beholder. A Zagalag Kun. We're all blind worms now. Mugar Mugar Bad. Oh, this sounded like something Jar Jar Binks would say. A worm is a worm, a human is a human. A human is meant to see, to build. Look around, beholder. What do you see? A town where the sacrifice of live animals is permitted in a residential area. That Simon Kane's immortality will most likely turn out to be superstitious nonsense too. You. The horny response. You said the beholder is Boss Turok. Who am I to contend with him? He would answer the first thing 100%. You haven't looked closely. Go further. See our celebration. Look at the last Aurochs. What do you see in all this? Tell Guga afterwards. How could I forget Guga? Well, at least it's pleasant to look at you girls. An Auroch is a bull, right? I look whether I want to or not. The bull tradition in these games is one of the most fascinating aspects. Oh, this is creepy. Oh, the skull of the bull. In Pathologic 2, I remember the scene where you find the air bride in the middle of the road and the children are running from here. It's like, I just brought my bones here. Why are they running away from my bones? I was like, wow. The priorities of these people. Very, you know, it sticks to you, very memorable, and it was an event that you could absolutely miss in Pathologic 2. My eyes touch you, beholder. That's plausible anatomically speaking, but physiologically, that will traumatize me for the next decade. What was that? I just saw some sort of behold as I hurry off to find my microscope. This is so good. What did you see, beholder? Why are you calling me that, beholder? I saw rotten plague miasma spreading from a carcass and a sanitation squad burning it with fire. Everything around groaned and died, as if it were in the midst of an outbreak. I had a fleeting hallucination. Strange. I usually can only induce such things in laboratory conditions. I see a bull sacrificed in a civilized town square. Fascinating. That was tomorrow. That will be yesterday. That box syphilis, this was from the... That box syphilis, this was from Hut Jumps. That makes about as much sense. Were those anxiety-induced visions of a terrible future? Perhaps. Was the bull in the square some sort of parable? Thank you for your vision, beholder. You see more widely than others. We will remember this. If you see something else unexpected, don't be afraid. It's just the eyes adjusting to our current place in time. Keep moving forward. I haven't even done anything yet, but I'm already helping. What a stand-up guy I turned out to be. Pity the Academy thinks otherwise. Litere nodant panem sed aperiant mondum. I'm not gonna try. Okay. Okay, question. I want to know if you personally agree or disagree with this. You hit concentrate and you see this line that's taking you to the next objective. What do you think about this, Alphyna?
Well,
was this too much hand-holding or not?
Honestly, I don't think so. Like, again, it's one more thing that I was originally hesitant about, because Pathologic was, like, originally, the Pathologic games were often against this sort of, approachable things, let me put it that way. But the truth that I witnessed in Pathologic 2 was that if you don't help people out, they simply end up like pressing the M button every 10 seconds. So instead of walking around the town, they just keep looking at the map. And that's not an interesting or immersive experience either. These lines were mostly added because when you are in Mania in an infected districts and all hell breaks loose, it's kind of impossible to navigate otherwise. You do need those helping lines there. Whether they should be subdued in more normal circumstances is a thing to be discussed. I think there is an argument to be a case to be made about subduing them in a normal state in non-infected districts.
Okay. Don't look at that, we're gonna get demonetized. Okay, I'll look at it for a second.
Jeez.
Oh, this is so good. Although... Yeah, go
I
ahead.
thought this game was hard to stream because you have to do a lot of reading, but you also can't show most of the game because...
Yes. Well, we're here for, how should I put it? We're here for the analytical part of the equation, you know, talking to you
Sure.
and getting some feedback. It is a, how should I, it's a mature game, guys. Like, it's not for shits and giggles. It has a lot of difficult themes in it, and like the sanctity of life is something that's debatable in this world. So, yeah. If we stick to showing all the stuff that can happen in this game, a meteorite will hit my house. We don't want that. Oh, Immortel, one of my favorites.
Camera Lumina. That's what he called it.
Look at the details in the eyes, man. Such good work. Nice eyes visual loads. Nice, nice. Well done. Mark Immortel. Ah, there you are, finally. I thought you forgotten an argument. I hope you're ready. Have you memorized your lines? I have to say something about the intro of this game. Either Vasilis, the second game, I think Alphyna will agree with me. The intro was super powerful. Like, you exited the theater, and the Darkness song started playing, and you saw the town in its darkest hour, and you walked through the streets to reach the cathedral, and it grabbed you by the neck, and it was amazing. Even the start where you go into rooms and you see the characters transforming into tragedias, the kind of foreshadowing it presented, very powerful. It was brave to approach it like this here in the beginning with so much dialogue. Weren't you worried that some people would be put off by this? Like, you know, it's dialogue and walking to the next piece of dialogue. Do you think that this approach, because I think Pathologic is a more approachable game in general, but this approach, it's kind of contradictory. It's like, we make a game that's more accessible, but the way we start this game, the way we introduce the events of this game, is something that many people would find anticlimactic. Do you think there is a bit of a dichotomy of intent there, or this was the ideal way to do it, in your opinion?
I don't know. It's not up to me to judge, you know, if it was done well or if it could have been done better. I can tell you that, well, first of all, the funny part is that I actually wasn't a fan of Pathologic 2's opening at the start. I felt that it was a bit too on the nose with the theatrical metaphor and everything. Like, because in Pathologic 1, the theatrical metaphor was kind of interwoven. Like, yes, you did start with choosing your character on stage, but then it was just a story with a theatrical metaphor weaving into it. And Pathologic 2 just opened up with it in a grandiose way. It was done very well, but I remember, you may have noticed a trend. I suppose I'm a bit of a conservative when it comes to this series. Like, a lot of changes are met with my hesitation from time to time. And I wondered if the way that theater was presented in Pathologic 2 was too on the nose. As for what we were doing here, it should be noted that like when you're talking about Pathologic, so first of all, Pathologic 2, generally speaking, had more action-based mechanics. Like it had fighting, for example. It had more robust economy. So there were more non-verbal elements that we had to present to the player, which added to the variety in the introductory section overall. Here, since the game, generally speaking, has more talking, the intro, which was based around our needs for tutorials, so it's not just a game intro, it starts off with tutorializing certain elements. It turned out that since you are doing a lot of talking, and before we've introduced other mechanics, you will have to do the talking in the intro, basically. So to alleviate the the pacing, to make the pacing more sensible, what we tried to do at least was to make it thematically coherent. I don't know if you've noticed, but every single interaction and every single dialogue in the intro is about death in some way. So either someone has died or grief is smuggling things in coffins, and they all exist they do introduce you to the world and everything, but generally speaking, the whole goal of the intro, narratively speaking, is to build up the understanding that Simon has died. So that the immortal... This is a story about death, is basically what the intro is saying, with many voices, through many characters. I remember playing... so a couple of years ago, like I think a year and a half maybe, I replayed Planescape Torment.
Oh man, one of my favorites
of all time. Yeah. Also lots and lots of talking in that game, by the way. It's mostly just walking around and talking, honestly. And what I appreciated while replaying it, as an adult, as a more experienced person, was that while it has a very strong main story, all the side stories, at least in the parts written by Chris Avellone, because it's also, by the way, very clear which parts were not written by him. Like, the drop in the quality of writing is very noticeable. But in the parts that were written by him, all the side stories connect to the main themes of the game. So you don't just meet, random quirky people. It's always like a person who has lost their name, or a person who have lost their way, or a person who has to deal with death, or a person who has to deal with immortality, or a faction that has to deal with that. And it's so very thematically coherent. So when you encounter a side story in Planescape Torment, you aren't necessarily interested in this specific character, like one more random NPC who adds some conflict or some issue in their life that you have to deal with, but you are always interested in their stories because of how they connect to your own personal story. So each character, even very minor, very side characters in that game are reflections of your main story and the main problems and issues that the character has to live through and figure out and realize. And we very much tried to structure the story of Pathologic 3, and specifically the intro of Pathologic 3, in the same way. So all interactions that you have somehow connect to the main problematic of the character, the themes and the problems that he's facing, even though it's not done overtly here. So it's not like he walks around saying, hey, I'm thinking about death too. It's reflected a bit more subtly, hopefully. But we hope that this creates this feeling of foreboding and dread, like you dive into the game knowing full well that this will be a story about death, and that they tell you, a huge creature has died, some huge creature has died, and they obviously mean that this is the step, say, God, but you kind of suspect, hopefully, or at least you will soon find out that this is Simon, Simon is the huge creature that has died. And then you will have to deal with the consequences of that for the next 60 hours.
Indeed. Very good take. I did not expect to go so in depth when I asked the question, but I'm happy that I did.
I like to do the talking.
No, that's why we're here, to listen to you, and I'm very proud to have you here. Man, I have to say this. I have to say, to put it into context, 2020, when I played Pathologic 2, I was creating wealth for a piece of shit multinational, multi-billion corporation, okay? I was working a 9 to 5. That was crap, and I freaking hated it. Also, back in the day, I was playing a lot of Destiny 2 in my day-to-day, which is a total time waste. Don't play time waste games. I know playing them with friends makes you feel like it's a community thing, but these endless time wasters, the only thing they want from you is more of your time. And at the end of the day, you don't really get much out of the grind. So at some point, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna play this game. I sat down, I played the game. As I said in my review, it consumed my life for 3 days straight. And it was a profound experience. Like, it blew my mind. I hadn't felt like that since I finished Metal Gear Solid 2 back in the day. And suffice it to say, I love it to bits. And back then, I didn't do YouTube. I would occasionally upload a guide to help with certain games. Very on the side, I wasn't doing it professionally. Who would have told me that 6 years later, I'd be the first guy to have a review done for this and be assisted and accompanied by this amazing writer to produce a stream for people who want to learn more about Pathologic on the night of its launch, and that would be the only stream, including one of the team from Pathologic, and we'd be privileged enough to have her here. Like, it's such a turn of events. It blows my mind in the best possible way.
And me personally, I'm very thankful to you for your enthusiasm for the series, and I appreciate like your angle, the angle that you approach games from as artistic creations that should be judged on their own merits. It's very respectable. You know, I think that like good criticisms from a person whose views align with mine are sometimes more important than praise from a person who maybe has different criteria for praising things.
Thank you so much. This means more than you know. This means more than you know. Thank you so freaking much. Oh man, tonight's great. Let's show more of this. Let's reread this. Guys, by the way, if you're new here, subscribe, follow, drop us a like, check the pinned comment, all that good stuff, and love seeing you all here tonight. Because I wanted to do a Pathologic stream since forever, and I was like, I know that the bulk of my subscribers really aren't into this kind of thing. We usually do Souls-likes and horror games on this channel. And seeing 100 people watching us play Pathologic 3 and discussing Pathologic and asking questions, like, it fills my heart with joy, man. Good internet still exists. It's a small slice. But the bots have not found it yet. We're lucky. We're still alive. There you go. Yeah, go ahead.
To warn you that I feel that I have like maybe 15 more minutes left in me. Before I collapse, oh my god.
No, dear, we're not gonna hold you and torture you, of course.
So yeah, just saying that in advance.
Excellent. No worries about that whatsoever. We're gonna try to push through to at least one important event here, so our lovely friend here can rest. Let's keep at it, and we'll see how far we can get. Oh, there you are, finally. I thought you forgotten our agreement. I hope you're ready. Have you memorized your lines? What lines? Of course I did. I always have 2 or 3 lines ready in my mind, and I choose one before responding. I don't have time to read any lines. I'm trying to get my microscope back. Have you seen any kinds of conspicuously carrying luggage? The second one, the smartest choice. The Tragedian. I take no joy in seeing another player who likes to improvise. Your charge is but to read your lines and not invent them. Wait, is this really the guy? Looks about the same, but the outfit's all wrong. Did our guy wear a coat? This costume is more suited to the antagonist. This is some tongue-in-cheek, you know, observation from another of the actors about how Daniel looks like an anti-hero, pretty much. This coat is the latest fashion in the capital, I'll have you know. Funny, fashion advice from a man in a bird suit. Looked in a mirror lately? I'm more of an anti-hero than an antagonist. I presume you know the difference? What makes you an ideal candidate for our anti-production? I'm Mark Immortel, director of the local theater. And you are Daniel Dankowski, doctor, just arrived from the capital. Magnifico! You see, the actor we've been waiting an eternity for has decided to sabotage the rehearsal. You would do us a massive titanic favor by replacing him, even if it's just for a little while. Of course, I'd be delighted to. I've dreamed of acting on stage since I was a boy. What must I do? I don't have time for this. Truth be told, I don't care about theater. Still, what's the man in a bird suit doing here? This is abnormal. I don't have time for this. A shame, truly. Our troupe just lost our primo uomo. The lead exits the stage and we must carry on without him. Redo. I say again, he is no leading man. He's unfit to even play a villain. At best a background player, a body, standing there to fill the stage. It is the step healer's son who ought to take the role, or that young girl who crawled out of her grave. They have such pathos and such verve. What does this one have? A coat! I've had enough of your jobs. Good day, sir. This is such a British response. The theater is outmoded, soon to be replaced by cinema, and good riddance too. Okay. There you have your answer. Oh, kids. More kids. God damn it. If you could travel through time, would you go to the future or to the past? The past, I'd like to get to know the philosophers of antiquity. The past, 10 years ago maybe, when everything could still have been prevented. The near future, to see what humanity has wrought. A future so distant that not even someone with my vivid imagination could fathom it. I live in the present. Grandpa Simon used to say that days are like hopscotch. Usually they go one after another, but sometimes there's two side by side, and sometimes you have to jump backwards. Does Simon Kane know many games? Did you steal my microscope, that device with the shiny tube? I did, yeah, but I gave it to Phil. He's over there on the stairway. How do those stairs stand without support? Do you mind if I go up? Sure, but if it falls, I won't be the one nursing you back to health. Medice cura te ipsum. I climbed a lot worse as a kid. Good day, sir. With the Britons. Reminds me of that meme with a doll holding the chicken and asking if it lays eggs. Well, what is it? Can you see the future? Let me look too. Gimme. Wait your turn, pipsqueak. Just let me take one look and then I'll give it back. There's a bunch of bugs and little hairs. Doesn't look like much of a future. Why are you using your dog's eye to look? You're not an animal, you know. Yeah, but an animal might see further though. Good news, the microscope has been found. Bad news, it's being mauled by a pack of wild dogs. Oh, the horror. Need some help, kids? I can teach you how to use this thing. Here, let me show. Sorry to interrupt, but you should either play pretend dogs or astronomers. Doing both at once is a bit overboard, stylistically speaking. Question. Why the fairies, Alphyna? I always wanted to ask. These fairies, like, they're not really fairies, of course. They are children wearing dog masks, but this kind of presentation, it's striking to say the least. Where does it come from?
I'm sorry if you were addressing me right now. You were like robo-voicing for 20 seconds, I think, for me.
Oh,
so could you repeat
okay. We had some lag with Alphyna.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying like the design. Like most people look at the dog heads and they're like fairies, you know. They're not fairies. No one's wearing a foxtail butt plug or anything, but the presentation is very striking. The first time you play Pathologic 2, it's like, what? Where did that come from? How did this design first become the choice, you know?
So actually, curiously enough, somehow, maybe because of like gigantomania, I don't know, somehow we went in depth into the children's lore in Pathologic 3, even though the children are sort of the Haraspixes element of the game and the changelings, but still somehow they sneaked into the Bachelor story as well. So the very core idea is that you have two gangs of children in the town, and both are connected to animals, but one of them have these sort of spirit familiars who maybe don't exist, because the children claim basically that each of them has a familiar, but it's invisible, but it's totally there and it's totally real, and you can't see them because you're a boring adult. And those are the souls in the house. And the other gang, the children who live in the polyhedron, they wear dog heads. First of all, to represent they're sort of like a children version of the Inquisition, to represent the more rigid structure. But their own internal lore is that they wear animal heads to show how they as people are still beasts, and that they need to so basically those are children playing at transcending. They want to become something better than human. Like, again, they are children, they are playing at that, and their game is that in order to become like better than humans, to become something else, they need to get rid of the beast inside themselves, and to remind themselves that they are still beasts, they wear these dog heads. And you will have a couple of quests in the game in Pathologic 3 that go way deeper into this lore.
Excellent. Excellent. I love this answer. Oh, it's you. Hey. Your Thigmajig's busted. It doesn't show anything. Just some bugs and weird little hairs. Maybe it is the future, like in many, many years, nothing will remain of us on Earth but bugs and hair. It's very sad if you think about it. What makes you think it shows the future? It only shows bugs and hairs because you're pointing it at bugs and hairs. Didn't any of you kids go to school? Do you not know how a microscope works? Does this town even have a school? See all the different glass pieces inside? Glass like this shows the future when you look through it. Everyone knows it. Grandpa Simon loved making all sorts of things with glass. I've only seen Thigmajigs like this at his place. Why did you steal from Grandpa Simon, you bastard? That's why we stole it back from you. It's called justice. You know Simon Kine? I've come here to see him. This is my microscope. I brought it with me from the capital, and you stole it from my luggage. That's called theft. What, you don't know, Mista? He doesn't know. Spit it out, you monster. Where did you get this Thigmajig from? What did you do to Simon? It was you, wasn't it? Wasn't it? I was on my way to go visit Simon, and I already be there if it weren't for you. Please give me back my microscope. It's a very delicate instrument. Calm down, boy. Please don't shout. What's going on? What don't I know? This conversation is making me realize why I never became a father. Yeah. Just give him back the Thigmajig and let him go on his merry way. It's broken anyhow. Can't see the future at all. No. Grandpa Simon taught us what doesn't take effort doesn't deserve effort. If we just give it back the Thigmajig, there's no effort in that. I can give you a cuff on the head for it. Will that be enough effort? I have a pocket watch on a chain and it definitely shows the future. Let's make a deal. Come on, let's see it. Oh, nice. And how does it show the future? With this, you always know what time it is. So you know what time it will be in an hour, 2, or even 3. Which means you know the future. Oh, you're clever, Mista. Alright, give us your watch, but show us how your Thigmajigs work, will ya? We're still curious. First the trade. The watch for the for the microscope. Then I'll show you. Hold on, I need to check if it's broken first. You might have been using it to hammer nails. This is the tutorial for trading. Ah, but she was right. Control left click and it goes there straight away. Progress. Okay.
You asked for it, you got it, Chief. You have too much of a spine.
Seraphima, please hold on a little longer. Even after the inhalation therapy, the swelling won't go down immediately. Chief, finally, where have you been? The woman you rescued from the morgue is conscious, but she might not stay that way. She's still very weak. It's amazing that she's standing at all with the amount of gas she inhaled. What's the hurry? The burden of leadership. You owe something to everyone, and everyone will find you at fault. It's good to see you too, Seraphima. Step aside with me for a moment, Chief. I checked the morgue records. A body matching her description was declared dead last night. It could be a coroner's oversight or a bureaucratic error. People make mistakes all the time. This doesn't prove anything. We're searching across the country for miraculous resurrections, and one springs up right under our feet in our institute's morgue. That's irony for you. Don't awaken the thrill of the hunt just yet. If this is indeed what we both think it is, we need to keep cool heads. I have a question about the basis of the Bachelor's motives. He's fighting death. He wants to create a world where life doesn't end due to aging, pretty much. Is there some sort of tradition or mythology, like where you're from, where the studio lead is from, since the days of the very first game of Pathologic 1, that has to do with, you know, trying to make people immortal or something like that?
No, I think it's just this very modernist, like early 20th century idea of overcoming nature. So this was the period of avant-garde, of like artists searching for ways to, I don't know, avoid a specific imagery and instead explore like sheer color, for example, like the semantics of color itself. And also, funnily enough, I've relatively recently watched like a staging of 1984 by George Orwell, and I was reminded of just how metaphysical it is. So we all remember the book for the criticism of the state as this sort of political dystopia, but in the book, when the main character is being tortured, the officials keep telling him that that the state controls the mind and the mind controls reality, and his torturer keeps telling him that if I order the laws of nature to stop working, they will. That the state can reach the state where I can just tell you to fly and you will. And obviously it's like him, it's a sort of mindfuck for the main character. But it was also, I feel, a period of time where people genuinely and the 1984 was written in the 40s, as far as I remember. So the first half of the 20th century in general was the period where people explored this idea of mind over matter, I feel like. And so Daniel's idea is just very much a product of the time, I would say.
Okay, that's interesting. Hey Psycho, we're playing Pathologic 3 tonight. It launched today, and we're here with the writer of the game, and we're discussing it in depth. Welcome. I'm not claiming it does, but imagine for a second. No, let's stick to the facts. I spoke to the orderly on duty last night. He also confirms that our subject shows no signs of life, and Platon himself was there when she woke up. Our subject, slow down, Seraphima. We don't yet have proof she meets Thanaticus criteria. Seraphima. Seraphim, like some angelic root to this word? Something like that?
Yeah, it's like, it's a name derived from the word seraph, but just like with Platon, it's just a name, a relatively popular name. It's like, it's not meant to say that she's an angel. So the naming in the Pathologic series has always been interesting. I'd say, because the way it was presented to me when I was discussing it when thinking about the localization, was that their names should sound Slavic, but it should never be clear if it's happening in Russia or in Poland or in some other country. They should remain vague. And we kind of tried to preserve that in Pathologic 3, so Seraphima is a name, well, it's a Jewish name, so originally, and obviously you can meet a person with this name in any nature. And Platon was a name popular in Russian at the turn of the 20th century, but obviously you can also meet a Platon in another country, maybe in Greece, I don't know. I'm not sure if it's a modern Greek name,
Platon?
like if it's used.
Yeah, like it's used, but it's not very common.
Okay, but so what mattered was like taking names from different cultures, but from the cultures that would be in this boiling pot of Eastern Europe at the beginning of the 20th century, basically.
Gotcha. Okay. Second choice, when I reached this woman through the poisonous fog, she herself insisted that she had died. It's not proof, but she must have had some reason to think it. There's a question in the chat. Besides writing video game scripts, have you also written any books by any chance? I'd be interested in checking some out if there are any. Valenthinos, by the way, had no idea what Pathologic was. When he saw it was available on the PlayStation 5, he snatched it right away. A real Chad he is. Alphyna, have you written any books?
I have written a book in Russian. It's called Katasterism, and it was written like, I don't remember, 5 years ago, I think. And it was this sort of cyberpunk sci-fi about a very recent future, very near future. And now in 2026, this future has already happened. So it's like a 2020 book about AIs. And basically the plot is like there is this guy whose parents are growing old, and he enrolls into this program of telomere experiments for his parents, for them to be treated with certain stuff to basically prolong their life / actually make them immortal. It's a bit unclear, and it's a very depressing book about a guy who tries to find a scientific way to make his parents live longer and faces the inevitability of death. It's very like hard sci-fi, a lot of basically I read a lot of articles on PubMed to write this book. Also, you might be interested that the main writer, I suppose you can call me the lead writer, but my actual title is narrative director, because my main job was to structure the plot and like to envision the plot and make the major choices. But most of the actual writing in the game, aside from the intro, was done by Alexei Polarinov. I'll spell his name in the chat.
Yeah, so nothing gets butchered.
Yeah, just in case. And he is a Russian writer, relatively famous. He has several published books. He has like his own Wikipedia page. He has a number of awards, and he is a very good writer, I feel like. So you might be, yeah. And also I feel that his writing clicks with the Pathologic universe. I suggested him as a writer like 3 years ago, or was it 2 or 3 years ago, when the studio was looking for a writer, because I felt that he was a great match, and he is. So you may be interested in his books as well.
Excellent.
He released a book last year, if you're interested.
Are they translated in English?
My book is very, very. I'm not sure. Actually, some of his books might be translated. My book is very, very. So like that I've written was inspired by Peter Watts. If you know who that is, a hard sci-fi writer.
Yeah.
But Alexei's writing is much more magic realism and much closer to what Pathologic is about.
Excellent feedback. In any case, this is far more interesting than our weekly hysterics. Instead of insisting they witness their own resurrections. We can't miss this opportunity. Unfortunately, the subject is having trouble speaking. All that time in the gas has weakened her voice. I've rinsed her mucous membranes and performed inhalation therapy, but you understand I can't conduct an extensive interview. Shame. A first-hand account could point us in the right direction, but there's always a physical examination or taking a sample. Or an examination of your personal belongings. She came into the morgue with some items, though I haven't had a chance to go through them myself. I left them on the table by the back entrance. Will you take a look, Chief? Perhaps there is a clue. Ma'am, would you allow us to examine your things? Okay. Hello, do you remember me? I'm Bachelor of Medicine Daniel Dankowski, head of the Thanatica Laboratory. Last night I saved you from the sight of a serious gas leak. The man with death's eyes. I'm just a researcher into the problem of human mortality. My eyes were affected by the gas just like yours were, but at least you remember something. Let's not wax poetic. My assistant provided you first aid. I hope you're feeling better. But now we need to understand more about your condition. I died. Tunnel after tunnel. Please remain calm before we can be sure of anything. I need to examine you. Allow me to take a blood sample. Perhaps a microscope can give us some clarity. Wait a moment. I'd like to examine your belongings first. The ones you had when you were at the morgue. Let's show the examination mechanic here for a sec, because this is a very important part of what you do in this game. So you're a doctor and you find the parts of the skin or the veins or like anything on the patient that will lead you to understanding what they're afflicted by. This plays a pivotal role in ultimately understanding how to fight the plague, because the plague is the main thing, the main adversary in these games. Man, this woman is a mess. Like everywhere there's something wrong. But what it costs you to examine patients like from all angles and check out their condition is that it costs you time. And time is pretty much the all-encompassing commodity in this game.
Yes, personally, I think that the hospital gameplay is probably the best aspect of the game. To me, at least. Like, I really enjoy it. So it's this... it has many facets. Like you said, you have the examination, but then you have the patient interview. Then you can examine some of their tissues under a microscope. Then you sometimes have... But... most importantly, they often lie to you, and sometimes you have to derive conclusions from, like, you don't have the full set of data to derive the conclusions, so you have to, I don't know, read through an in-game encyclopedia to figure out how, for example, a certain disease is transmitted, and then apply it to the patient and kind of guess if they have that disease. And I think it, like, we consulted real doctors, a number of them actually, to make this gameplay, and we were told that it feels kind of close to how and you know, this sort of investigative doctor will work. Obviously not every doctor has the privilege, you know, to go as in depth as you go in the game, like to explore a person's life to figure out what ails them, but yeah, I'm proud of that part.
No, it's actually pretty good, and what I appreciated about it is that it's consistent. I found myself sometimes not being sure, like being in between two decisions at the end of the examination, but for the most part it felt like you always got enough information, and if you were perceptive enough, you could, you know, reach the right conclusion.
Well, since it's a time travel game, you can make mistakes and then go back in time and fix them. It wouldn't be fun if the answer was always obvious, I think.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Ambiguity can create, you know, memorable moments. Are Lazarus' personal effects from the morgue? Papers, the look official, morphine, tourniquet. 2 rings, obviously a pair. 1 would be too big for her. Herbs, not a banquet, looks medicinal. The description of the treatment is vague, something about novel drugs. Consent form for the experimental treatment at our institute. I accept all risks and waive all claims. Chronic morphine addict or suffer from severe pain. Self-medication with folk remedies. Consulted a wise woman instead of a doctor. Husband left and took off the wedding ring. Unrequited love. Jilted fiancé. I might understand more if I take a blood sample from the subject. So sometimes you not only examine them, but you talk to them, you take samples, you get them under the microscope. You might have to visit a person's house to see what kind of conditions they lived in. That's an interesting twist. Breathing is a bit easier, but talking is still difficult. I hope your blood test will tell us something. This is the microscope game. It says study the heart. You go to the microscope. The microscope minigame is interesting. Because what you have to do is focus both the distance and the layer you are looking into. And it is timed, so... There you go. You fill this bar, and you reach a conclusion. A pathogen has been found. Rest and I'll take another look at the things you had with you when you arrived at the morgue. One last logical avenue remains. Together with the examination and test, the picture is more or less complete. Our miraculously resurrected woman has late-stage leukemia and an injection mark on her body. Apparent death, reaction to experimental drug. Lab got scared, didn't sort it out. Paired ring, suicide attempt, unrequited love. Weakened system couldn't handle the heavy dose of medication. Morphine overdose, addicted from palliative treatment for the pain. Colleagues thought she was beyond saving. Seraphima waits and our subject needs rest. Time to come up with a diagnosis, even if it's preliminary. So, go back to Seraphima.
We'll go to any length, Chief. But our lengths
So, Chief, have you shed any light on the case? I'm loath to jump to conclusions, but could Thanatica have discovered some genuine phenomena? Alas, our subject is not a phenomenon, but a morphine addict. And morphine addicts are common in morgues. She was in a trial for a new drug. I'm not sure our colleagues will disclose their experiment, but I'd guess anaphylaxis, an acute allergic reaction, and you end up in the morgue. Did you notice the rings among her belongings? I suspect we're dealing with a failed suicide attempt. She's terminally ill and may have swung from one extreme to the other, from self-treatment to our institute. We don't know what medication she took or how they interacted. I suppose so, but how do we explain the most astonishing part, the resurrection? Why did a gas leak revive the subject? I don't know. We may need to strip the two different laboratories down to the baseboards. The one where the subject's supposed death occurred and the one with the gas leak. We can use the chemical analyzer to see what may have reacted. Did you see the bruised injection site? Adrenaline. Someone tried to start her heart and with a too small dose. The gas leaked and the battery released the adrenaline it was missing. So you think it was a mistake? The subject ended up in the morgue due to negligence? She wasn't actually dead yet, and by coincidence the unaccounted for factor revived her? I'm afraid so. I admit I was hopeful as well, but no. Once again, no breakthrough for Thanatica. Is that disappointment I hear? It's unjustified. For example, adrenaline is an emergency tool. As an emergency tool, it's promising from a scientific point of view. The research will one day bear fruit. Let the subject rest. Go through the lab's correspondence. There may be something useful in the flood of letters of miraculous resurrections and stories of unique longevity. So, this pretty much explains what they were doing in Thanatica in Daniel's laboratory. They're trying to defeat death, pretty much. In a more interesting way than Elon Musk is, you know, make us all cyborgs and upload his consciousness in our heads. But, yeah, Dankowski's mission is to defeat death, and that ties into the fact that you are urged not to kill people in this game. You know, death is his enemy in all its forms. So you will threaten people to leave you alone, but you're very encouraged not to kill them, because Pathologic too, and Alphyna can attest to that, you could stalk the muggers at night and eradicate them if you were good enough with the combat system. And that would actually increase your reputation, because you were ridding the place of the, you know, of the filth. But Dankowski doesn't want to take life, no matter the circumstances. Alphyna, I don't want to... how should I put it? I don't want you to feel like it would be impolite to tell us that you're gonna sleep on your desk if you stay any longer. What do you want to do?
I think that we're actually at the end of the intro, so like you'll be transported to the interrogation room after you talk with these kids, and I think this is a good point for me to jump off the stream.
Okay.
I'd be happy to answer maybe any final questions someone might have.
Okay, I'm taking this to the end of the intro. Type your questions in the chat, peeps, so we can let the lady rest afterwards, because I can only imagine what kind of crunch she's going through. So, does that mean she wasn't dead after all? The woman who supposedly came back to life? Alas. And all the others we try to find too. As for now, spontaneous resurrection appears to be nothing but fiction. Then what's your microscope even for? Doesn't show the future, doesn't raise the dead. It's just a toy, really. That's quite the bar you've set for your expectations. Sometimes I ask myself the same question. A breakthrough can't happen in a single moment. It takes a sustained effort. Every step feels small at first, but we'll learn to resurrect the dead one day. Alright, we can't see the future in a glass, then we're off. We've got important things to do after all. As do I. I leave my things in my temporary lodgings, then head off to the Crucible to see Simon. A sensible approach, precious time shouldn't be wasted. And we got the microscope.
Enough. Why are you drowning me in detail?
Oh, that's the voice of the inspector. Oh man, I hate the inspector. I hate his ears.
So actually I'm seeing what people are saying about the glowy... So there is a piece of paper
yes.
on the inspector's desk, which is glowing green, but it should only glow green in concentration mode. So that's a bug.
Oh, that's a bug.
We'll
Simple as that. Simple as that. Yes.
So yes, it's supposed to glow green, and you can't read it. It's supposed to, you know, like evoke this sort of feeling that there is something outside. That you can't reach, basically, but it's not supposed to glow always. So
gotcha. So it's only supposed to glow when you concentrate, when you focus. Inspector of the Special Committee. He was sent to investigate the case of my criminal negligence. Supposedly I didn't save the town in the east of our country where the plague broke out. I didn't even try, apparently. He's luring me into a trap. His folder is full of intentionally false data. He's not interested in the truth, but rather in the downfall of Bachelor Dankowski. He's my enemy.
You know what a man who forsakes his vows is called? Oathbreaker. That includes the Hippocratic Oath.
What a face this guy has. The first thing that struck me when I was playing, like, the demo was this guy's face. By the way, you cannot get quarantine, you cannot purchase quarantine, but if you had already grabbed it, you can re-download it, right? Okay, quarantine is now a relic, peeps. If you had grabbed quarantine...
It's a strange thing, because like I was also a bit confused as to why we need to remove it, but the sad reality is that, you know, like, people who know Pathologic well, who are motivated, would appreciate it, but people to whom it's, you know, just a name, genuinely tend to get confused between various versions of the game. So we had to remove it because some people would get lost between two items, and this is a reality that we need to take into account.
Yeah, I understand.
And also, like I said, this is probably the moment where I say goodbye. So if you would like me to like respond to a couple more final
Yes.
questions,
Deal
please
with the
let me know.
questions. I'm shutting up. Actually, I'm gonna go grab me some water, and I'll be right back. Answer the questions,
I'll
and
read
we'll
the
be right
chat
back.
then.
Yeah.
Silly question. Who is your favorite character in Pathologic? That's not how you treat characters as a writer. When you create a universe, when you write characters, you please enjoy each character equally, like the classics have said. You do find ways to love and appreciate each of them on their own merits. So I genuinely don't have a favorite character. I like them all. Some of them are easier for me to write. Some of them are harder for me to approach, but I like them all. I suppose in Pathologic 3, somehow the character that I like I said, the main writer for the game is Alexei Polarinov, and I just did some of the writing, but the character that I mostly wrote was Maria. So I suppose you could say that she's my favorite character for Pathologic 3, but again, it's like I love them all. I'm looking through the chat, and as for my favorite characters from other media, again, I don't know, I'm not that much of a character-driven person. I was never enthralled with characters. I tend to be taken by stories and universes, but like I'm not the type of person who hangs out a specific character on their wall, for example, and becomes a fan of a specific character.
Okay. I'm back. Are we done with the questions?
I was just like, I only answered one. I'm browsing through the chat to see if something catches my
Athinodros is
attention.
asking about Akira Yamaoka's involvement.
He only wrote that one track for us. He was genuinely inspired by the game, and he took interest in it, and we are very thankful to the people who worked as intermediaries to let that happen. So it's just one track, but it's great. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, his work rarely misses. He's one of the greats.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, in appreciation of your work overload, I will aggressively try not to keep you anymore. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Like, it was a huge privilege for both the viewers and for me. As I said, like 5 years ago, I wouldn't even imagine such a privilege in this line of work. And I really hope we can have further discussions at some point after I have done a couple of playthroughs and we can discuss the minutiae. We could run a little bit of Night Raid at some point. Like that would be a very interesting kind of stream to approach. And
which character do you main in Night Raid? Do you have a preferred character?
I liked Raider. I liked Wilder. When the team was weak, yeah, I played Iron.
I main Recluse and the new Undertaker.
Okay.
So we would complement each other.
Excellent.
We can truly play at some point.
We can definitely do some Night Raid on one of the streams. It'll be awesome. Guys, you've been an amazing audience. Hey, Jimmy, you've been an amazing audience. This is the internet. It's brimming with assholery, but tonight, fantastic company. Like, it was awesome. And like, Alphyna was the star of the show, 100%. I'm here just to bring her voice into the stream, to create a platform where she can stand on the podium and talk to us, and she provided a lot of useful information. I'm super thankful. There's nothing more to say about this. I'll reach out in one of the next few days after you had some time to rest, to talk, maybe a bug report, maybe something. And I'll be super happy to get to talk to you again. You are an amazing person and an amazing writer. We're privileged to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thanks to the chat. I had a blast talking to you. Again, yes, I am indeed a bit exhausted, so I apologize if I wasn't as energetic as I can
Ah, you were
sometimes be,
perfect.
but
You were perfect.
I really like your approach to games, and I find our conversations very interesting. I hope you continue playing the game. I hope you have fun, and I hope you find interest and enlightenment in it. And have a great time, and thanks to you and to everyone.
Sweet dreams. Enjoy
Thank
some
you.
rest. Well deserved.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Bye.
Okay, my 90 plus lively piperinos in the chat. Time for the big decision. Like, this is about the point where the demo would conclude, you know? So most of you have reached this point. Now, there's no way I'm going anywhere with 90 people watching. So let me know what you want me to do. Do you want me to continue? Like, from this point onwards? Would you like me to do something else as we continue the discussion and so on and so forth? Of course, I understand that this is a stream where we wanted to talk to the writer, and it wasn't exactly about the regular schedule of our streams. But let me know what you would like me to do, because I understand that some of you want to go and play, and some of you don't want to get any spoilers. So I can do whatever. Just let me know. Kote, I hope you'll stick around for more streams and discussions, my friend. Gumbo, I am worked to the bone, tired, haven't slept, but this is a monumental occasion. Like, there's no way I would postpone this. How about we stop after the intro for now? I had an idea earlier. I was like, should I download Pathologic 2 and play some Pathologic 2 after Pathologic 3? So, you know, the people who have already played Pathologic 2 would not be afraid of spoilers and stuff. And I could do that. Like, it'd take 3 minutes to download Pathologic 2. Let me know if that's a good idea. And until you decide, I'm just gonna, you know, finish the intro. Okay, if you play Pathologic 2, I will stay. Great. Guys, drop us a like, sub on YouTube, follow on Twitch if you enjoy this stream. Sunday we'll have another special stream with another creator. You didn't expect that to happen, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah. Bike links in chat are pretty volatile on YouTube. I would ask you not to leave a link in the chat, please, because they get flagged for nonsense by the bots, and yeah, then we'll have issues. Enough. Why are you drowning me in details, Bachelor? Street kids stealing your microscope is an amusing anecdote, but it's not the crime we sat down to discuss 2 hours ago. 2 hours and 15 minutes ago, to be exact. Focus. I'm only interested in what's important. But you asked what I was doing in the town. How am I supposed to know, Inspector, what you deem important and what you don't? I just wanted to recount everything in order from beginning to end. You know what I especially dislike? When an obviously intelligent man thinks foolishness to derail an investigation. I'm offended and embarrassed for you. We both know you're not a fool. Stop wasting my time. And your own. I just wanted to recount everything in order from beginning to end. The beginning doesn't interest me. My concern is the ending, the result, the finale. As for your backstory, your genesis, all of that is in a case file. Shall we review it? Yes, please. I'm quite curious as to what it contains. I'm familiar with my own biography. I suppose we don't have to waste time on it. Let's see. Where was it? Ah, yes. The ministerial inspection of your lab, Thanatica, began in early September. Your presence was required at all times. Instead, you dashed off across the country to a backwater town to bring back what you might describe as an immortal man. A person with unique longevity, or at the very least the results of his medical evaluation. Clear evidence that Thanatica's work had potential. I did not flee. Let's set your fantasies aside for a moment. Do I delete this comment? Not because it didn't... the comment should not be in the chat. Better delete it, yeah. No links, guys. Links are dangerous on YouTube. Can you type the title of the video? I'm on mobile and can't click links. Yeah, the title of the video, if it's tied to the Pathologic universe, will be absolutely fine. But not links, please. Let's set your founders aside for a moment. The important part is what you fled from the investigation, and this town had an outbreak of some fever and scientific community had no knowledge of. As luck would have it, you were the only medical professional on site. Accurate so far? I didn't flee. Proof of human immortality was the only chance to save Thanatica. Well, not inaccurate, the devil's in the details. You appear to be setting a trap. I still don't understand what you're trying to find out. Okay, thank you, Bike, that's great. On the third day, the town's leaders gathered in the town hall to form an emergency command to fight the epidemic. And what was Daniel Dankowski, who was, I repeat, the only qualified specialist in town, doing that day? What's that? Your lip is trembling. Did I unsettle you? My shame isn't your concern. Your drinks won't work on me. Dankowski is breaking down, man. You're right to feel ashamed. Instead of fulfilling your Hippocratic oath and leading the fight against the plague, you were engaged in what? Come on, don't look at the table. My eyes are up here. This is like the meme with the boobs. My eyes are up here. This is utter nonsense. I know where you're going with this, Inspector. It says I tried to flee the town. I'm not looking down out of shame. I'm simply amazed at your informal's sloppy work. On the fourth day, the town lost its water supply. They required a hospital, but the one person who could set it up, what was he doing? Tell me, Dankowski, where did you spend your fourth and fifth days? In a jail cell. That's what your papers say, right? Nonsense. Utter nonsense. It wasn't like that at all. I see what you're doing. You're all in it together, aren't you? It's not enough to destroy my lab, you have to destroy me too. Come the evening of the fourth day, the doctor from the capital attempted to flee the dying town on a cargo train like a rat. He was caught and jailed, and there he remained as the plague ravaged the town. I admit I find even the act of reading about it repugnant. I won't lie, I considered escape, not flight. Thanatica was in the process of being destroyed back on the capital. You considered escape to avoid facing a painful truth. When I came to town, I found that Simon Kane, the immortal man on whom I pinned all my hopes, was dead. Now there is a change in perspective, and you see the situations through the eyes of the inspector, and the bachelor is answering. Question from the chat. FiOth, you may feel like P3 didn't live up to the expectations set by P2, but a lot of my friends are interested in Patho, do not like the survival gameplay, and play visual novels. Kote, as I said in my review, I don't know if you watched my review, the fact that it is not what I would have wanted it to be doesn't diminish its value. I'm a person. Every person has preference. It would have been problematic if I said, this is not what I wanted, so it's bad. It's not what I'm saying. I have a specific problem with a specific kind of video game. If a game does not keep me invested through its demanding mechanics, I find it difficult to connect. That's why it was difficult for me to play Split Fiction, an admittedly great game from 2025. That's why I cannot really play games like Astrobot and stuff like that. It's because there is such a lack of challenge, I lose interest. Like Pathologic 2, I'm nailed to my chair trying to survive. It's a gauntlet. I play Total Chaos these days. I played on the hardest difficulty setting on my first run, and it's kicking my ass, and I'm loving it. You know, that sense of your fingers sweating and stuff. It's invaluable. Pathologic 3 is not a cakewalk, but it's not nearly as challenging. Like, when you can go back and fix your errors, your mistakes, the challenge goes out the window. You know what I mean? But it is unique. And for me, uniqueness and pure inspiration is more important than making another game of the same ilk. Bringing in another audience is super important because the studio has to stay afloat. And Alphyna told us that they 100% intend to make the Changeling story. This is a huge win no matter how you cut it. Bring more people in, make it financially viable, and we'll get to see the Changeling story. And not only that, they also acquired the rights to make Darkwood 2. There's no way in hell Darkwood 2 will not sell. Okay? Darkwood 2 will sell. So that's a win-win. You save scam in Pathologic too. It's like going back in time. I understand what you mean though. The game was almost impossible without save scamming. I like the first one. It's mysterious, esoteric, beautiful, and strange, like David Lynch. And okay. I think it's a bit less approachable because of the mechanics, the junkiness, and the fact that you're just walking at a snail's pace and mostly talking to a, you know, very little variety of NPCs and stuff like that. But that was a product of its time. So some things are just what they are. Loading is not save scamming. Save scamming is mostly backing up your save file and recovering if something goes wrong. I barely save scamming video because like I didn't have to rest. The thing with the smolders was definitely something to to keep an eye out. Psych, what the fuck are you doing? Psych, did you buy that Gunner shit, bro? Like, were you pulling my leg or did you dish out the dough to buy that Gunner shit that not even IGN could give a proper grade to? I watched the Bok play it today. It's putrid. The Pathologic one was full of save scamming. No, fuck IGN every single time, but I'm saying that even they, who never give a game lower than 8 because they're all hacks, they couldn't give it more than 4. When Bok was playing it, I like how they marketed like it's so high-tech it has to run at 30 frames. It's shit. Blurry graphics, low resolution, shit animations, and you start the game in your panties, man. That's what they're selling with that. Like, nah, bruh. When I came to town, I found out that Simon Kine, the immortal man on whom I pinned all my hope, was dead. He died under mysterious circumstances a few hours before my arrival. Who are you fooling? Immortals don't exist. From the beginning, you knew as well as I did that Simon Kine was a fiction, a false hope to cling to. But when the epidemic began, you could have saved others. You're a doctor, you swore an oath. Why did you abandon the ordinary townsfolk? So who cares what happens to the microscope and the prototype? You failed before you even arrived. IGN sucks really, I don't care about it, but sadly the score does affect people at large. IGN sucks. It's the least reliable source. What I'm saying is that if even they, who give grades out like it's candy, couldn't give it more than a 4, you can imagine what a serious reviewer would give it. That's what I am saying. Simon Kine's nature, the mystery of his immortality and death, that's the most important thing that happened to this little town and to me. But I can't just relay it to you. To understand, one must immerse themselves in the details, take the full picture. Simon Kine's death is the primary concern, not the deaths of tens of thousands, but one fantastical old man. My bachelor, oh my. And for the very best immersion, you try to flee the town on the evening of the 4th day. No, you're twisting it. You're rewriting the past. Where did I lie exactly? Point it out. I'll tell you what really happened on the 3rd day at the town hall. Everywhere about the emergency command, the escape, the hospital, the only thing you got right is that the reason I came to the town in the first place. No, I know your plan. Once again, you will drown me in necessary details. Leave aside your stories of children and microscopes. I told you, I'm interested in the ending, not the beginning. Do you also read books backwards? You don't seem to be interested in the truth, rather to revel in the opportunity to flex your power over me. You will account everything in whatever order I tell you to. On the 6th day, the plague destroyed the town, so if you would be so kind, explain to me, what were you doing on the 5th day? Were you really so indifferent to the plight of the people around you? On the 5th day, I was doing what I did every other day, looking for Simon Kine. The 5th day, let me think about it. The town could have perished on the 6th day. Couldn't have perished on the 6th day. I was there for 12. There's an error in your report. You disappoint me, Bachelor. I'll ask again. On the 5th day in the town, what were you doing? Let me think. The polyhedron plays a major role. That's all I'm gonna tell you. Bye, Roar. Thank you for your company, brother. Thank you for the 90 likes, peeps. I hope some of you will sub-follow, stick around for other games as well. Because we stream a lot and we stream variety around here, so... Thank you so much for being here, Roar. Cleo wanted me to play this with her so much. I think tomorrow we'll start a new playthrough with Cleo and go through the whole thing. Ragnarox is a good chap. I like his work. Okay, so this is where the demo ends. So we will not go any further to avoid spoiling people. And I will download Pathologic 2. And we can play some Pathologic 2. Okay, it will download in 2 minutes. It's only 20 gigs with this speed. So guys, do you have any questions for me? Like maybe from our discussions in the past with Alphyna, I might be able to provide some feedback. Yes, Psych Man, because FiOth loves you and always brings the best. My laptop is dog shit when it comes to running Pathologic 3 demos. Pathologic 2 I could finish out, but not 3. Can you leverage image reconstruction on your laptop, like DLSS, FSR? Because with DLSS or FSR, it becomes very easy to run. I got swarmed in messages. FiOth one question. Yeah, of course, Kote. Yeah, but the second one is different in the way that you actually traverse in between districts. So, yeah. Oh, it's integrated graphics. Yeah, that won't do it, brother. I'm sorry. With laptops and integrated graphics, it's usually really bad. How did you fight Pathologic? Interesting in your story. How did I fight Pathologic? Lord Mandalore. That's how I found Pathologic. He did an essay about Pathologic. I appreciate his work very, very much. He's one of the really great people working on YouTube right now. He and his team. He's not a one-man army. Okay. Yeah, I watched his essay and I was like, this is awesome. And then I got it and played it. I didn't just play it. I got the Platinum on the PlayStation 4 version. I got 100% on PC. And I have a sealed copy of Pathologic Classic on my shelf. So I didn't just, you know, play Pathologic 2 and called it a day. I fell in love with this series. So yeah, that's how it happened. Guys, remember that all these games... Psych, man, you can see whatever you want, man. Our friendship is valuable, and Psych's happiness is paramount. This is the Russian copy of Pathologic Classic. Factory sealed, baby. That is a relic. I know crazy female fans from Russia who dress exactly like The Bachelor. Yeah, man, it's mint. Like, it's perfect. You can't believe what Cleo bought me for Christmas. Like, it's still on the way. I'm gonna show it to you once it reaches my house. She got me something insane. Something that cannot be found out in the wild. How much did it cost? It didn't cost shit. It was very cheap. I don't know if the guy who sold it to me knew what he was selling me. How did I paid like 30, 40 euros. It was nothing. Yeah, this has a CD-ROM in it as well. Okay. I should... I'll leave my camera down there because we'll have dialogue again. No, man, I haven't played Pathologic Classic. There's no way I would finish Pathologic Classic. I started with P2 and now I'm playing P3. I know how the structure of certain games would put me off. There are games that I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. I'm not gonna let anachronistic design hurt my love for the franchise, you know? Going back and trying to playing Pathologic Classic now is the self-destruct sequence, you know? Okay. Okay, we'll take it from the top. Now, there is a thing, like, if I play Changeling in Pathologic Classic, I'm kinda shooting myself in the foot, because if I wait for them to make Changeling with today's standards, I'm gonna have the best possible experience with it. The problem with playing Pathologic 2, bro... The problem with playing Pathologic 2 is that its music is licensed, man. Yeah, we have to kill the music. We have to kill the music. We're not gonna kill the entirety of the sound, but we have to kill the music because we're gonna get bombarded with copyright claims. It's still dark. Oh, the stamina bar, bruv.
A good joke doesn't need a punchline. It needs structure.
The echo here is fantastic. Yeah, Theodore Bastard, I think he put his music through licensing. You know what, Kote? I'm gonna turn it on, play the intro so you can listen to Darkness, because I also want to listen to Darkness. But I'll take one hit. I'll take one hit. Then I'm gonna turn the music off. So, Burak, your performance was a flop. You're unfit for the role. A cursed production. This is our second attempt and the second failure. Come on, the first round was decent. Will you try the stage again? Why not? But you won't be here. You do nothing to improve yourself. But I do. That's not for you to judge. We gave it all we had. However, you're dismissed. The birds will give you your final payment. Aren't you tired of those big heads? They're trouble. They were the only useful people around. Right. There it is. It's control now. Yeah, man, I'm not gonna disappoint all the new peeps watching the stream, so we'll have the music.
Time is slipping through our fingers. We must act now.
They don't trust me anymore. I wasn't even invited to the final council. Where are the birds? Up, where else? If you mean the real ones. I meant the orderlies. Such a weird thing to say.
Safe to touch. Smooth as bone. Leave it alone.
Turns out the birds aren't birds at all. Want to know what they are? Lean down and I'll tell you. Lower, lower now, their fingers. Did they tell you that? Yeah, this is a direct quote. We're not birds, we're fingers. That's why people call the executors. Are you tired? Want me to relieve your headache? I'd rather you relieve my headache. It's become so acute lately, like my heart expires. Did you see the stutter? No, they speak their line, Valerdinos, and then you read the... It's not a word for word voiceover. Want to receive your payment? Well, everyone will get paid what they're due in the cathedral. That's where the final choice will be made. By whom? The authorities. Fitting. Valerdinos, you already took the plans. This game is a freaking masterpiece, man. Watch. Move along, Doctor. Nothing to see here. Work as usual. Who are these people? Butcher's work. You're killing people, you bastards. I can't believe these are military. Even invaders are more humane. Stop this circus now. You know better than anyone there is no salvation from the sand pest. People go mad with pain. They're not responsible for their actions. We put them out of their misery and protect the healthy. Legal orders. You burn them alive. No, we burn infected miasmas. What miasmas? You know nothing about this disease. We have our instructions compiled by our own doctors. Mode of infection unknown. It's transmitted through air, saliva, touch, and God knows what else. We've lost half our men already. You deserve it. Go, Doctor, stop lecturing us. If you were better at your job, we wouldn't have to be so good at ours. But there's still no cure. Or do you think we enjoy shooting and burning civilians? Those people are healthy. Why have you seized them? They're looters. Like I said, it's work as usual. You do your job and we'll do ours. You should let them go. A couple less, a couple more, what does it matter? I know where you're going. Want a piece of advice? Speak, but please be quick. I won't take long. The town is gone, and to hell with it. But the kin are also gone. Your family is gone. Your father remains unavenged. His path unfollowed. The 7 children who entrusted their lives to you are dead. You're the only one left. Do you want to save yourself, at least? No, you don't know the whole situation. Not all is lost. The outbreak can still be curbed. That's why I'm going to the cathedral. It's there that the decision about the bombardment is made. Heed my advice. You think C loves you, think C's a friend and he's a foe because he brought in cannons? Don't talk to her first. Talk to him. Berla Shaba, and now I need to go. Oh, the flashbang. Man, this is so surreal. This is one of my favorite moments in the game. Let's go in.
A brigadier general at 27. Still weighted with captain's bars.
Is this the doctor? This is the doctor. What do you want? Who can cure the disease? I know how. Proof? It's not exactly scientific. Our people have a different approach. What's this nonsense? State your name and occupation. Artemi Burak, surgeon. I see. Give me a reason to call off the bombardment. You have one chance. I know how to make a serum. We'll need time to produce it at scale, but the recipe has been developed. There are still many survivors here, that's enough. You're a war hero, the only person in an army who can truly be called human. No, Burak, if you told me you had 3 tank cars of that panacea and an army of doctors from the capital ready to administer it, that would have convinced me. As it stands, there's no going back. It's too great a risk. We only had 12 days. That's not enough time.
They've grown up and grown tired of me.
Why have you come? You now decide the town's fate, to confirm that we have the means to fight the plague. The plague, not the outbreak. Who cares? We already decided everything without you. You've come uninvited. What did you decide? Who are you to demand reports from us? A backwoodsman, a self-taught doctor practicing barbaric traditional medicine. But I know who you are. You are the person I was very wrong to put my hopes on, the person who let me down. Out, now. I know where to get the ingredients for my serum. We can produce it. You over there, seize this man and throw him out. This is what I mean. Like, she says, guards, get him, grab him, get him out of here. But nothing happens. The vast majority of dialogue choices is LARPing in Pathologic 2. I love it. For what it is, it works perfectly well. But this thing that they did with 3, where you go into mania or apathy, it makes conversing with people something to be mindful of. Sorry. So that's definitely an improvement. Andrew, brother, welcome, welcome, welcome. Guys, 3 more likes, we hit to 95. Can we get 100 tonight? That'd be awesome. Oh, Kote is a girl. Okay. Don't worry, Kote. You're safe here. We don't have assholes in this community.
You need an upper hand.
So you insist on a second attempt, huh? Stubborn. Not a second, a first one. This is like the player telling Mark that he thinks this is not a reimagining of the events of Pathologic Classic. This is a very nice piece of wordplay right here. Alright, let's roll then. Let us imagine that the last train has not yet left the station. Just don't be late. Alright, let's roll. This scene, bro. How did you get inside this coffin? Me? You were the one in the coffin. Why did you crawl in there? I was hiding. From whom? Death? Yes, and people too. It's a bit too early for me to show my face. A bit too early. So you're visiting the town too? A coffin is the best means of transportation in the world. It can get you to unimaginable places. You look alive though, so that vehicle is beyond your means for now. A free rider? Just like you. No way, we're no birds of feather, you and I. No one sells tickets to ride this train. And now, enough chatter, alright? You woke me up and I want to sleep. The writing is so good here, like, no way, we're no birds of a feather, you and I. I love this one. Man, I would bet my eye on the quality of this game. Like, railroads are beautiful. They always lead to one place you can't turn from, except when there is a silly mistake, like this crash. Dying just to escape fate. Stupid, boring. What is that monster? Ahead or behind? Is there something monstrous ahead? I don't see any danger. Look closer. Ahead is death. Would you like to check? What about the bull on the tracks? That is Boss Turok, a creature of steppe legends from which the world was created. What was he trying to achieve here? Stupid. Life can never prevent death. What's ahead then? Where the fires? As you can see, the blood no longer flows in the artery. There's a clot. You're a doctor, aren't you? Do you have medicine with you? What clot? What are those black flakes? How should we know? You're the doctor, not us. Go and see. We're only ensuring no other trains are derailed. We'll fix yours too, once the beast leaves the tracks. I have a lot of time on my hands then. Bulls are stubborn. Hey, John Connor. Dude, you got into this game, you reached this point, and you were not interested in seeing what's ahead of you. And then you went and played 5,000 hours of Path of Exile collecting blingies. What's wrong with you people, man? I think my first Path of 2 playthrough took me like 30 hours, but I read everything and took extra time with dialogue and stacks and check. Apo Anira. Okay, I'm gonna call it that so I don't butcher it. Welcome to the stream, my friend. Yeah, 20 to 30 hours sounds about right. Like a death from a radiation or something, then kinda wanted to go back collecting blinkies. You die a scripted death here. And you go back into the train. Fuck. Want to share secrets? You first. I'm worried people won't be so happy to see me in the town. What if they shun me like some mutt and slam doors to my face? What if my toll is too small? I could fail to meet my goal, but maybe this is only anxiety. Yes, I can do it. Are you an insurance man? You don't look like a tax collector. They ride first class. Recruiter? Are you a preacher? Not really. Your turn now. Be honest, and your fate will change. That's how it goes. I'm worried about my father. He summoned me with a letter. A troublesome one. Something bad has happened. I'm a surgeon. I could become a good doctor, but I can't find myself. I'm afraid I'll waste my whole life in this state. No, I think I'll decline. You look untrustworthy. Do you want to play? I'm game. Dice? What are the stakes? Your fate. You're a funny man. Kaibatsu, hello! I'm good, my man. Tonight was one of the most beautiful streams of my life. Tonight was glorious. Happy New Year to you as well. The opening of Pathologic 2 is perfect, man. Like, you cannot make a better opening than this game. A1 game, man. Welcome back. Someone heavy. I hear heavy steps in the dark. I can't see you. Are you deaf? You're feverish. Water. I'm so thirsty. I need a drink of fresh water. Please bring it to me. Where do I get it? Outside in the yard. Hard to talk. Wait for me. FiOth is funny. If FiOth wasn't funny, people wouldn't watch FiOth. So joke's on you, bitch. How many bottles do I have here? 3. Yeah, here you're a traditional kinda witch doctor. It's called a Haruspex. Like, you see this left tragedian here? That's Athinodoros. And this one to the right is Angelos Souls, when he doesn't get to play Dark Souls 3 for 2 days. Like, he gets constipated. Look at that pitch. Look at it. That's him. Bad dream? Yeah, I dream. I hope it doesn't come true. So you want to meet your dad? Yes, me too. Where have we stopped? Are we there already? Let Mother Bodo caress your step, Kobloon. You haven't forgotten our people, have you? No, I haven't. Do you have a good heart? Well, it's healthy. We hear Earth with our hearts. The heart has a pulse, so does Earth. If they sing in harmony, you hear the language of earth and herbs. The language of warmth and cold. Look, Tanga, and listen. Those words are all around. What does the Earth say? Agilos, the thing is, it's one of hundreds of games I play. It's not great, but it was work. I wouldn't play Lords of the Fallen 2013 1,000 times for my own pleasure, bro. I'll play other stuff. We hear Earth with our hearts. The heart has a pulse, so does Earth. Oh, we've read this. A lot of time passed. You were gone. You forgot many things. Your heart is spoiled, Katage. Let us see if it's rotten. How can you see that? The fight will show. Though, whose heart is keen? Whose heart has unheard words? You will see my heart. The king's blood runs through me. I was never torn from my people. Neither was I. So, this is a combat tutorial. Let us trade hearts, Kabloon. Let's become kin. What need do you have of mine? Isn't it rotten? A river of good washes away a drop of rot. There's no me and you. There's the people, Katage. Mix your flesh with ours. This is the trade tutorial. Aguilos, of course there is no problem. For me it's a simple question. Okay, listen to my question and tell me if it makes sense. You people in the chat tell me if it makes sense. If I can taste 1,000 great dishes, read 1,000 great books, watch 1,000 great movies, isn't it a bit blindfolding to just go in a straight line and redo the same shit a million times? Like, out of everything this industry has to offer, you have to play 5 games? That's a, how should I put it? That's a mentality. Don't go out of your comfort zone. Don't try new things. Don't experience this. You like these things. Invest your time in the 5 things that you like. Dude, there's a trillion great games out there you might fall in love with, and you'll never get to because you never try. There's no problem, bro. It's not like I'm paying for the fixation. I'm just pulling your leg. If you take a piece of advice, that's what I would recommend. That's all. We can still be friends. Maybe. We're almost there. Want to play dice? We've played enough, I think. There's no more time for games. You have work to do. Are we there already? Don't worry, you can't miss it. We're riding the rails and railroad like fate always has a final destination. Our next stop will be our last, the true stop. Good. Well, it was nice passing the time. Good luck with your father. I'm sure he can't wait. Good luck to you too. Let's play Dwarf Fortress. Hey Linux, what's up, man?
Dear son, Artemy, I write to you after so many years apart in the hopes that you may find a way to return to us. Something worries me. I fear a difficult trial approaches. I hope that your studies have proven fruitful and that you have achieved great skill as a surgeon. Such skill might be of use here. I remain the only physician in this town, but you know that I am growing old. I need an assistant.
Yeah, man, because you have evangelized From Software games. There are a million genres of games, man. It doesn't have to be sword and bonk all the time. It can be anything, an adventure game. You can play like... Play a shooter, play like whatever, you know? You are so fixated with this specific formula, you cannot even appreciate other Souls-likes if they're not made by From Software. Thymesia has better combat than most From Software games. Kazan has better combat. Neo has better combat. And totally different mechanics and totally different approaches. And you prefer to play the same thing a million times than experiencing something else. For many people, this is fine. I find it crazy, but whatever. It's not a, like, it doesn't diminish my view of you, of course. But there's so much stuff to see in this industry, man. So much. I want... Okay. One more like to 95. Here you are almost killed as you come off of the train. You survive, but you're a bit beat up, you know. And now the town thinks you're a murderer. Yeah, Angelus, but it's not like you're taking in the atmosphere for the 1000th time when you play Dark Souls 3. You took in the atmosphere, you performed the exploration, you've done the builds, you've done your known levels. Exploring Kazan's simple levels has more to offer you right now than playing Dark Souls 3 that you know like the palm of your hand for a millionth time. Yes.
The worst is yet to come.
Like, first time I stumbled upon this, I was like, what? You hit hard for a hunchback, but whoa boy, you screwed up. Those 3 guys are dead. I saw you do it too. You're gonna be in serious trouble. A hunchback? Kid, I'm bent over in pain here. What kind of doggy are you? Shut up, mongrel. Won't take much work from me to add a 4th to the pile. You need to handle that bleeding, old man. You're covered in blood, your own blood. I know that. Here you go, a tourniquet. It used to be my leash, but seems like you needed more. Thanks, you're a nice kid. Man, you really have some anger problems, don't you? Zing, pow, blam, 3 guys dead. This ain't the right way, ain't how we do things around here. Yeah, what's the right way then? Well, you gotta be nicer, just hit them 3 times max, send them running, and let them run. You don't actually have to kill anyone who bothers you. I'll keep that in mind. Maybe Kazan has more to offer for you to play it again, and not for me. No, I don't tell you play it again. I know for a fact that you barely played it. I know you didn't 100% it, I know you didn't do the side quest, I know you didn't follow the storytelling. I'm not telling you play Kazan a million times. But you can't even sit properly and play it once. You rush through it. And then you go play Dark Souls 3 for 1000th time. That's what I'm saying. I still can't get over what Psych bought. You played Kazan for 90 hours and did all the secondary stuff? I'll take that. Well, Burak, you're nearly dead. Got a few minutes left. I'm here to announce your demise. Are you with that crowd? Of course I'm not. They were just peaceful townsfolk, craftsmen, factory workers, good sons and fathers, but me, I'm much more dangerous. I'm the mask of fate. Peaceful? Yeah, right. Why did they try to kill me? My esteemed colleague will explain. So what do you want to tell me? You've been bashed to the head several times and the locals' fists are heavy. And one of those 4 stab wounds looks deep. Significant blood loss. And the local climate is unforgiving in terms of strain. Do you have any heart conditions? None. Your health is a mess. I'm guessing you haven't eaten in several days and you didn't sleep last night, did you? That's what I thought. So your hunger and exhaustion are critical too. I wonder which of these afflictions will be the death of you first. So what's your plan? Got any advice? Dressing your wounds would be a good idea. Where would I get bandages? A drugstore, Burak. You've been studying surgery for 6 years and you're just finding this out? But it's not just about the wounds. Even when they're dressed, you still need to be aware of your body. It's not always on your side. Pay attention to its needs. I'll figure it out. What next? Next, you die anyway because the whole town will still have it out for you. And it's got nothing to do with the 3 poor souls you just done in. Great. Why do they hate me? My colleague over there can explain it better. That's his role. Mine is teaching you how your body works so you don't die before you make it home. Fair enough. Forewarned, forearmed. Secondary stuff, no, but I beat some very good bosses for second time, like Ozma, Riz, Maluka. Okay. So, you did give it a fair shake. That's good. So you played 6 games. Be quiet. He must not hear your voice. Lean close. He only speaks in lies and wants you dead. I'll be damned. Does everyone want me dead? Do not go home, Burak. Stay clear of home. In town, you have some friends yet, don't you? Yes, 3 of them, who were inseparable when we were kids. The town is yours, Burak. May you soon find how deep, how far its roots run down your spine. May you inhabit it, sink through the pores, learn vein and artery, nerve and blood and cell. You need no home beyond the town itself. Forget that place so you eagerly seek. I beg forgiveness. Grievous harm will come to me should I tell you more than I can. I'll keep what you said in my... Angelos, I'm not roasting you, man. Like, you know how much I love you, but by doing the Greek podcast for these past few years, I met some people with very weird preferences. And it has to do with the fact that I am very analytical of the gaming industry. Like, to me, it's... it has so many facets, you know, it has so many different angles. For many people, it's just, we sit down and pass the time, you know. To me, it's insane that someone will sit down and play a story-driven game and not follow the story. That people will play grindy whatever the fucks for 3,000 hours. You know, because I have been there, and I remember what it does to you. When something becomes your comfort thing, it's the only thing you want to do, and you miss out on everything else. And that is not good for your mental health, man. There is actual genuine danger in that monochromatic style of enjoyment. So that's why I'm teasing you. Like, it's not, I'm gonna tell you what to do. You know, whatever you want. She must be offended or ashamed. She's free to go, we told her, but she refuses. I'll have you know we were respectful. We only checked her legs. It's mandatory. And she had normal human legs, so free to go now. Yet here she stands. John Connor, you fall in an entirely different category by yourself. You're the king of this mess. You checked her legs? What for? Neither clay nor bone. She's a normal living girl, not a shabang. And so she's free to go. Yet she doesn't. She must be offended. The steppe people have odd morals. They don't fear death. They refuse to cut a body. And are ashamed of strange things. What? Shabnak. A Shabnak, a creature of steppe legends. They say Earth disgorges it and then it steals a woman's form and goes around murdering folks. It's all silly, of course, but we have an order to check. So we do. Who ordered this? We are Saburov's people. Each of the 3 houses assigned someone to look for the monster. The Olmiskis, the Kynes, of course, and obviously the Saburovs. The latter belongs being us. And who might you be, good sir? What monster? A steppe creature, a golem, a clay wench. It steals a woman's shape, but its legs remain clay or bone. So that's how you can tell. Bone or clay, right? I remember the tale. Let's find Griff. Frame pacing is weird.
There once was a man of great humor who found he was dead of a tumor. But he woke up today to his neighbor's dismay, and that of his cow once he took her.
The mustache. Well, look who's entered my humble home. Could that be my pal Artemi, the artist? The Artemi who cuts arteries, maybe? No, I don't recognize this man. Too soft. They must have kept him swaddled and cuddled. Whatever the place he ran off for. Palace, I left for school. Climbing the ladder then, if only. A little bird told me you're a hard-boiled criminal now. I'll admit, old friend, I got misty-eyed with pride. Lucky for you, I can store you anywhere in the warehouses, and no quail, no nightingale should sing a tune. It was self-defense. Forget it. Tell me this, friend. What's your plan? My plan? Why do you ask like that? Cub, your old man got killed this night. You haven't heard? What? You're lying. Hell, Artemy, have the town watch your head over this, those fools. Easy to fix. Give me a little time. Go ahead if you want. What's the plan then? Revenge or something with a little more finesse? I'll find out who's behind this, then we'll see. Just stay away from Saburov, I mean it, Cub. The man's a hawk. All might make right no sense. He'll throw you in jail first and only think months later. I know you're thick-skulled too. You charge in there, shoulder square, thinking the truth will win out. Bullshit. Stay away, you hear me? Are you finished? Calm down. There is a trophy on the PlayStation 4 version. It's also on the PC, but the PC is easier to keep track of, because the game runs infinitely better and has fewer bugs. But on the PlayStation 4, there is a trophy to talk to all the shades, all the tragedians. There's a lot of them, and some are missable, most are missable. So you have to follow a guide, and you have to double check every time you talk to one. You have to go find a safe spot, save, load, and see if the tragedian is still there, which means you didn't trigger it. It was an ordeal getting it done. Even in handcrafted town like this, there is an underground, a rat's nest. At odds with the law, at odds with morals, people come to them with dubious challenges and requests. Just say it out loud, they're thieves. You know my master, he's your friend, and he hasn't changed much since you last saw him. He always loved to live on the edge, never was a stickler for rules, but he was never truly vile or cruel. And here I thought, he seems to be a kingpin, a king, a local tsar of his own small turf. Wants to seem, not be. Play a big wheeler-dealer. But that's not what he really is, he's just playing pretend. Don't make me laugh. Would you like to know what your old friend's really worried about now? He's playing a dashing scoundrel in front of you, but his soul is trembling. Why? He's worried that blood started to spill now, and it was probably spilled by his men, the people who robbed soldiers with him, hiding their teeth at first. He's worried you'll think he has it all under control, meaning today's craze is his doing, isn't it? Perhaps he's partially responsible, perhaps he did corrupt them with his talk of how any law is but chains that one must break in order to become free and truly human, but he never wanted bloodshed, keep that in mind. Thanks, Reflection, that's comforting to know. See what I was talking about when I say that it starts so much like more interactively than the third game. You go in, you get attacked, you have to hide, you have to clear your name. Like, it's so much stuff, so fast, and you're trying to take it all in, and it's super exciting because you don't know anything at this point. Everything is alien. You know, look at this guy. It's an anime villain in a Russian game. It's super exciting. You run into the old crowd, Stuck, Ruben, Lara. Haven't seen them. Gotta say, it's a tough time for our friendship. I mean, if you can even call it friendship. Gravel-hearted Lara won't look at me now, and Stunk's even worse. He completely ignores my plea for help. Do you need help? You gone outside recently? It's chaos. Innocent souls torn limb from limb. Everyone's lost their minds hunting the culprit, a step golem, something, but others, they're after your hide, friend. All this going on naturally, my men ran into a mob, barely got out alive. They need Sawbones bad. Your old man gone, his star student Stuck won't take the job, so... People mistook your men for me, each and every one of them? Hell if I know, can't make heads or tails of them now. If you squint, piecework does kinda resemble you. A sturdy man. Perhaps he did take a few hits to the noggin of your head. How do you feel about that? I could look at piecework. Where is he? Not here. Sinner dropped by, said they're waiting for death in a hideout. Poor piecework, he's knocking on heaven's door. Got something stuck in the belly. Can you believe it, folks? They're all shapeshifters, I swear. Shedding skin and eating each other. May not look it, but every person in this town has a vile beast inside. I need tools. Don't have any on me. Tools. Got you all set, friend. Blessed be the warehouses, the wellspring of goods, including illegal ones. Here, take a peek inside the crate, and choose anything your heart desires. Although, maybe you should stick around. Dangerous out. Knock it off. Not like I can stay here forever. I'll drop by the patient when I'm in the area. Wonderful. You find anything in his belly he doesn't need, don't toss it. Bring it to me. Depends on what I find. Might very well keep it for myself. Look at this. The tragedian shows you where the stuff is. Guys, there are certainly new people around here. Like, there's no way we have still 70 plus people watching that would normally watch me play Pathologic. There is no way. So, come introduce yourselves, come say hi. We're very friendly around these parts. No, this is a lower setting. This is a lower setting because I'm streaming. It's not like I'm gonna concentrate on the game, and we just wanna see some of the game. Usually, at this point, you already have to deal with the lack of nourishment and... Are you old Burak's son? Yes, I've got bad news. Could it get any worse? Some sharing your features spilled blood. It became known. People want revenge. They say that whoever murdered the 3 men at the station today also responsible for Simon Kine's death. It was self-defense. I had to draw a knife. Draw a knife? Bad idea. Nothing is worse than cutting a body. You think your father was allowed you? So are you. You're not him. I know. You have nothing to do with it. I know. I'm a ferryman. Well, almost. Actually, I'm a train driver. I know you were on my train. I wasn't alone, by the way. But you were. The drivers can feel the living weight. There was only one human being on the train. You. Odd. AGBA, we actually turned to play some Pathologic 2 because we didn't want to spoil people of Pathologic 3. And this is one of my favorite games ever. The townsfolk aren't too fond of ferrymen and drivers, so we will help you. Go to a quay, show your face to a worm, and he'll take you wherever you ask with a fingernail. Show your face to a man and he'll help you out with equipment. Thank you. We have to move away from people because they will try to jump us. They think the character is a murderer. You cannot fail a day, per se, but you can die of a variety of things. Nukern, Bekara, you're a good man, buy my bull. Why would I want a bull? It's not just any bull, it brings luck. When the time comes, it will tell you what to do. Can it talk? Unente, it is known. It will talk to you on the scariest day of your life, showing you the right way. I'd rather not have it all. Perhaps there won't be a scary day in my life then. This is insane. When you first meet this guy and he tells you, buy my bull, the bull will talk to you. You're like, will this bull actually talk to me? Like, what's happening here? That's funny logic, like you believe your own tall tale. Scary day will come if you have a bull or not. It's not his life, but yours. Take him for 200. It's a good bull, Bekara. It'll be useful. I don't even have a place to keep it. Pay me now and I'll bring it to your place later. There'll come a day when you'll be grateful to me. Go sell your bull to Big Vlad. He has a lot of money. Oh, dumpsters with stuff in them. They're not there to be kicked, they're there to be looted. Man, P3 is such a different game. Medium Rob. Yes, Rob. We all agree about this. And you are? Mind your own business. That guy over there, piecework, I take it. A doctor from Bad Grief. Tell me what happened. One of ours got himself cut, is what happened. A shiv stuck in his side. Lots of blood, see? At least he's breathing for now. Got water? No. Don't you get to give him alcohol? Or powders, anything. Gotta kill the pain first. A twitchy man, this one. He'll flop around like a fish. Alcohol does nothing to reduce pain, you idiot. But you got something to cut with. That damn thing stuck deep. Tried to get it out with a knife, didn't work. Need those special knives, scalpels? Yeah, idiots, I have a scalpel. Now shut up so I can work. No, we were doing God's work. Who did away with old Burak? A Shabnak, that's who. So we tracked the man-eater. Then all the step trash poured in, yelling that she's not Shabnak. They took our shivs, 10 of them, on 2. You slaughtered the living woman. We avenged Burak. Piecework himself grabbed her. Don't you glare at me like that. Come on, help the man. Can't you see he's about to die? Do what Bad Grief said. Some doctor he sent us. Shut up, I'm on it. So, you can perform surgery. Culture rigid. Yeah, culture rigid. Culture rigid. Okay. It's the same general aesthetic, but the third one, it's much more advanced. Like weather effects, facial expressions, the quality of the materials, reflections, all that. It's much more advanced. Well, I can hear him breathing now, all normal. What is this, a splinter? You're clearly not from around here. This is a local tradition. We don't keep knives. They might call it cutlery, but it sure ain't for cutting. Godless beasts who fear neither life or death make this. Disposables. The jab once, then it breaks. All about observing the custom. I'm from around here, I know the custom. So they won't carry knives because knives are taboo, but they will shank you with a lockpick. I love the lockpicking minigame in this game. And now my reputation's in the gutter. The game gives you a little bit of time to get a couple of things done, and then it's sexy time. And your anus is on the line. Hey, Ronnie Cooney. Look around, Burak. There's an abandoned house. What about it? Have you secured all you need to survive? I'm managing for now. I hardly urge that you mimic those two, but times are dire, and what you need you may find lurking in an empty house such as this. And if the owner should return abruptly, you are neither first nor last criminal here. So you say I should burgle this place? Exactly. It is your life at stake, and things are barely things that you might then repay. You are indeed a doctor here, Burak. Fair enough. Bro, we had Alphyna here. You could have shot less bugs for this one instance and talked to the writer of this glorious game. But whatever, I hope you had fun. Are you good? Where'd the milk go? Don't feel bad, man. I think you would have liked the conversation, that's all. I don't have a single needle to lockpick, which is weird. This is literally the first place you can get some stuff from without risking getting infected or whatever, and then all hell breaks loose and good luck getting anything. Oh no, that was easy. Didn't have enough lockpick. Go to Lara's. Now I'm being hunted by various bozos. 3 more likes to 100. So good. He's still hunting me? At last a crowd now gathers around my act. Sit down. Like that, now watch. Death by starvation. Too busy, but speaking of starvation, have you got any food at all? I'd cut a man open for some dry old toast. So the good sir fancies a slice? Have one. Shan't last, it's half-hour's time, my act resumes. Come see, death by starvation, lads and lasses. That's okay, I'll just find another freak with toast. Wrong, you should look for freaks that trade in trash. Perhaps home-owning freaks too. Freaks too foolish to see as you rummage through their paltry things. I respect other people's property. That's so, then our good audience shall their eyes soon feast upon our play. Death by starvation. Burak, can you feel their hungry stares? I think I'll just go. Thanks for the toast, weirdo. What's my hunger like? My exhaustion is the only thing that's kind of poo-poo. Oh man, this is one of the greatest games of all time. So good. You have to experience it. Watching it is not even close. I had a blast suffering this. Truer masochistic words have never been spoken, Ronin-kun. Man, tonight the stream was so good, I don't even care that it was dry. Oh man, Lara's theme is sublime.
If only I could live a year.
How long has it been? 7 years?
A whole endless year.
Less. It's been 5 years since I left. Feels like 10. Why are you giving me that look? You smell like blood. Ah, that's nothing. We share the same pain now, siblings in suffering. That's why you've come to see me, isn't it? What are you talking about? We dearly loved your father. We dearly loved our fathers. Now they're both gone. Yours killed this morning, mine this past spring after the Battle of the Fords. Many terrible things happened while you were away. I'm sorry, I didn't know your father well, but I always respected him. He must have been killed in action then? Forget it, I don't want to talk about it. Why are you back? Father sent me a letter 2 weeks ago now, a disturbing letter where he wrote about his involvement in something dangerous. And what will you do now? I'll find the killers. You know what? You aren't going anywhere, I won't let you. Take a look at yourself, you can barely stand, let alone run around chasing some assailant. You're staying, eat something, then get some sleep. When you wake up, we'll figure out the rest. How is that? Fair enough. So, you can sleep, you can rest. And sometimes you will dream. My name was Jacob Sterk, worked in shipping, 2 marriages, both happy. Brought up a daughter. Friends woke me up in the night, they were getting a posse together to catch old Kyne's killer. We ambushed him at the station, that's where I was killed. With my own knife, no less. I was called Kirik. It was my idea to catch the murderer at the station, so we lay in ambush. The train came, a man got off. Get him, boys, I cried. That was stupid on me. The killer would be getting on, not off. They call me Birdie, short for Bertrand, and that's one of the kinder nicknames. Birdie was fine. A name's just a name. I got murdered at the station last night, didn't rightly know what I was doing there. Figure was just tagging along with the head. I'm sorry, Bertrand. So, you sleep and you dream of the people that attacked you and ended up getting killed. Do you enjoy your little chats? They don't blame you, as you saw. I suppose they haven't quite come in terms with their fates yet. Or perhaps they have. Death does that to people. If I could only fix it. I'll tell you a story. Once there was a man who wanted to fix everything. He begged the bended knee for a chance to turn back time. And when he got it, history repeated itself. Good job, we told him. That's your fate, he asked us. Once more? So we let him try once more, but with a catch. He who denies his fate will be punished. He'll keep living as a cripple, lame, wounded. See where I'm going with this? Did he try again then? I don't remember and I don't care. Even if he didn't, it probably wasn't a happy ending. You can't fight fate, Burak. It's immutable. I'll still try. Here, there's 2 ways to go about this. You can kill them in your dream, or you can let them beat you up. And that's a different outcome. The good outcome is not to kill them in your dream. Like, let them take you down with their fists. And you will wake up, you'll be a little beat up. But it kind of proves that you never intended to harm them. It was self-defense. And there's also an achievement for this, believe it or not. And just not fighting them.
Dogs are howling.
Wake up, cub. There's someone upstairs. A thief must have gotten in, or someone else worse. Something's fumbling around, I hear. What if it's the thing that killed Isidore? What if the soil spit out a Sabnak after all? Don't be silly, even I don't believe these tales. It's unbecoming of you, alright? You're the one acting silly. You've forgotten everything. Don't you remember those bones we found strung together? Isidore himself told us where Sabnak remains. He was just trying to scare us. So our health now is shit. Because of the way we handled the dream. When I learned combat, I actually killed... Yeah, but... You're supposed not to. That's why there is an achievement. Got any idea where she keeps bread? The shelves are empty. Who are you? A close friend or a bitter enemy? Your choice, really. So, friends? What do you want? Do you believe in divination, Burak? No, I don't. Well, that makes things harder, because you're going to do something awful and I could have saved you the disgrace. But I guess you'd rather stay gloomy, self-centered and dull-headed, am I right? Picture perfect. Listen to me, you need to leave town, now. If you must stay, lay low, do nothing. The less you do, the less grief you'll bring to those around you. Abandon your schemes, I'll handle it on my own. It'll be glorious, you'll see. What are you going to do? Whatever it takes. It's all going to hell and soon. You're halfway there now. Just stay still, trust me, will ya? I'm your sister, your double, and I know what must be done. I know a great deal, Bura. The future is open to me. Prove it. Your life lesson will prove me right, but heed my words. Whether you want to do something, don't. You'll just make it worse. You'll be the demise of your hometown. You'll drown it with blood. I'll think about it. I don't have any morphine, do I? Okay. We are good.
Was it a month ago? Dogs are howling.
So what was it? Some beggar, I think, brought you into your house. Is babbling nonsense. You had to let her out? Don't. If she's already here, let her be. Maybe she's hiding from the violent mob. I'll check on her later, provide some care if needed. She could use that.
Stay away from me this time of year.
Things still look bad for you, Cub, but I managed to help a little. What you do? They'll come to their senses soon. You know how mobs work. I explained to the right folks you had nothing to do with Isidor's death, women mostly. They'll spread the news quick, here in the flank at least. In the Chai and the backbone, you'll be safer. They'll come to their senses, but they'll forever be suspected of patricide. That's up to you, is it? You were gone for 6 years, you're an outsider now, and you came back on the wrong side. Maybe you didn't kill Isidore, but you killed someone, right? I didn't even need to see the blood. Your butcher's eyes told me everything. That 1,000-yard stare. 5 years, not 6. Closer this time, though. You'll have to start over, Cub, although maybe not entirely. The kin must be eager to see you. With Isidore gone, someone has to take his place, not just for the Steppe people, but for us all. Thank you, Gravel, for everything. So, she spreads rumors that you're innocent, and eventually, you'll be treated as being innocent. The thirst keeps driving down towards my death. Don't be foolish, I'm the one dying of thirst. Indeed, see me act out your fate, dear fool. Help! Someone help! This thirst is soon to kill me. Keep it up, I wanna know how it ends. You die, my friend, that's how it ends. Water is all around. Through puddles, make poor drinks. Sip then from fountain sprouts, from barrel banks. A bottle is all you need. Here, have one. Thanks for the bottle. This is a tutorial on the thirst. It's a good idea to have filled vials. Man, this game's gorgeous. Vampire actually has a lot in common with Pathologic when it comes to the social interactions. Although here you can fix your reputation. It's not immutable. If you, for example, you take out of the community's pillars in Vampire, you cannot bring them back if you make a choice that's destructive for the general good, you know. But yeah, it has things in common. That's absolutely true. Man, we should play Vampire on the stream at some point. Vampire is a good game. I think it's Don't Nod's best game. Okay, listen to me, bozos. Listen to me, because you're gonna shit your pants. I wanted to keep it for later, so we'd be out of the Pathologic craze. Sunday, we're doing Kristalla with the director of Kristalla on comms. Which will also be a unique instance. Kristalla with a K is the Cat Souls-like that's still in early access. I find myself exhausted, soon to fall, dead tired, they say. I wonder what it means. I'm not good at riddles. When your exhaustion peaks, soon death follows, but how can one escape such a fate? Surprise me. Woe is me, for I've no place to sleep. Doors locked before slow tragedia, now unwelcome here in hometown. Same here. Go home, Burak. Repose will do you good, but should you find another Scot, be quick to sleep. Dreams, misfortune seeker. Thanks, and you too. It tells you that exhaustion will kill you. Yeah, it was that super nice person that joined us for some Bloodborne. They reached out to me and they were like, do you want to do a stream? And I was like, you bet your ass. And it's gonna happen. Yay! New peeps! Hey Steph, hey Kara! Well, tonight it's a glorious occasion, Steph. Stream is a bit dry, but this is the one occasion where I won't complain. Like, if people feel like supporting, they can support. But this was a monumental occasion, man. I had the first review for the game out before anyone else had the review out. And we had exclusive access to the writer of the game on the night of the launch. Like, it doesn't get much better than this. You come here to find Stack and you find Dankowski.
We must act now.
Well, one thing is clear, you're very, very lucky, which means you need to take care of yourself. You're so careless, Vorak. It's Artemi Vorak, right? Burak. Artemi Burak. Apologies. Oh, and may I ask, is it true that your actions have already resulted in 4 deaths? 3. That's what I thought. And who the hell are you, buddy? Daniel Dankowski, Bachelor of Medicine at your service. I saw it was earlier and you were chatting with her. Great stuff. Yeah, man, that was genuinely great stuff. Great stuff. But before we speak any further, I'd like to clarify a rather crucial thing. Just how highly do you hold your sense of duty? All Buraks are guided by duty. It runs in the family. Well, from this point on, you owe me. I just saved you from a rather grisly fate. I don't remember seeing a rescue team. Your Rubin was utterly murderous intense. Isidro made quite a lot to him. Your father was his mentor. Rubin even considered himself old Burak's true son, unlike you. Anyway, he thinks you are to blame for your father's death. What a load of po-po. I managed to convince him that you didn't actually kill Isidore. Well, not empirically. But I'm under the impression that in Rubin's mind, you still caused your father's death. You did, after all, take your sweet time getting here, while Isidore was counting on your help. Is that true? It is. I've thought about it myself. Look, you have my condolences, Vorak. But since we've established that you owe me, let me explain how you repay your debt. Things are about to get a little tense, and I need only one thing. Just do exactly as I tell you. You're a doctor, right? I'm a surgeon, a good one too. Allow me to sum up. Rubin told me he's the only decent doctor in town, but you're a competent surgeon. I need you alive, healthy and quiet, close at hand. Spare me any wild improvisation. I'll be the one handling the situation. Medicum morbo adiber. How about you just shut up? I'll deal with Rubin myself. No middleman required. Where is he? Gone to carry out my orders. From now on, your Rubin does what I tell him to do. He entered my service of his own accord. I suggest you do the same. It will help everyone. I just hate big city dandies who think they know best. Not gonna lie, when you first meet the Bachelor, he's the biggest prick. And the thing is that, you know, not being in his shoes, just makes him look and sound like a prick. Then you play Pathologic 3 and you're like, well, this was thrust upon him. I'm pretty sure he's not having the best day of his life either. And suddenly his behavior makes much more sense. She sounded like an asshole, exactly. One sec. I mean, Pathologic 3 is super optimized. Super optimized. You're the man everybody's after, right? You look like the description. What description? You know, big, fat, dangerous, with bulgy eyes, a weird leg, a scary mouth, and a stupid look on his face. Must be you. Thanks, kid. At least I know what I look like now. Really? Well, whatever. It's good we found you. We need help. What for? We need to hold a trial for a murderer, and we can't do it without you. Will you help? Hold trial? You kids play funny games. It's not a game, it's for real. Notkin said if you see him, drag him over. He also said, or else we'll choose the punishment on our own and it won't end well. That's blackmail. Blackmail where? Forget it. If I'm around, I'll drop by. Maybe I'll get there in time to hear the verdict. The courthouse is a warehouse, the only with the little flags. The one with the little flags. Hurry up, they're starting soon. You'll figure it out without me. I'm a bad judge. Man, like, the intro chapter has so much stuff to do. There's also an achievement for doing everything in the intro. Which is a small challenge, of course, because you're still pressed for time, but... This whole situation for all parties involved is a clusterfuck. Because this town has lost its pillars of community, you know what I mean? Peeps, don't forget to drop us a like. If you feel like supporting, please check the pinned comment. If you're new here, sub, follow, all the good stuff, according to where you're watching from. And have fun. What should we sell? Let's report that we saved that guy from the wound.
A jug sent to the well often.
Let us rest on the mountain, let us rest by the river. What the song your people sing when times are hard, isn't it? How's peace work? I assume he kicked the bucket. I passed him back together. Did he not say please and thank you or something? Your man Pittsburgh is trash. He got cut for burning a woman. Folks have lost their minds, I'm telling you, and Pittsburgh's never been friends with his own head. What'd you do with him? I passed him up. You know why? I want to see that you do with him. Cub, my friend, you didn't mess around in school, right? And to hell with Stunk, let him skulk. He only makes work for himself. So what's the plan now? The plan is to live. Live and breathe and thieve and live. What you find inside peace work? Just curious. Guts and shit, the usual. Shame. Guts are your area of expertise, not mine. Got enough shit on my hands as it is. Why do you ask? Just curiosity. I got myself a nice little business. You need a weapon or anything illegal, come to me. I'll let you pick below the counter. Nothing for free, of course. No discounts either. My men wouldn't respect that. Be glad I trust enough to make deals. So that'll be it. So because we're in better standing with Griff, the goods get better prices. Now, in this game, according to the state of the town, the value of items changes daily, literally daily. And there comes a point where money has no value because everything's gone to shit. And it forces you to improvise, to think on your feet. Yes, exactly what Ronick is saying. In Pathologic 2, the best idea is to play, fuck up a couple of hours in, restart, because there is no salvaging it. If you don't understand what you're doing in the beginning, you will lose so much time and so many resources, there is no recovering from that. Restart. Then. Oh, my baby woke up. Try another time. Go a little bit further. When you fuck up, restart. And after a few restarts of the game, you'll be like, okay, now I understand how this works. And I can make proper progress. And you will start making proper progress. I highly recommend every single one of you who haven't played this game plays it. It is really one of a kind. There is nothing like Pathologic 2. Although it's like I was tired when we started the stream, then I was hyped because we were with Alphyna here, but it's very weird to stream this, especially if you're tired, because you need to read every line of dialogue out loud, because people will not read on the stream, you know, the little letters. You have to read them out for them. And if you're tired and you're mumbling like I do tonight, like blah, 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 Yeah, it's not an ideal scenario. And man, it was a very tiring day. Like, getting that review in order in time, oh man, it killed me. It killed me. So, who's still watching? Who is still active in the chat and watching, peeps? I wanna see how many piperinos are around here right now. Thank you, Gumbo. Oh, my back. I had a dream of streaming some Pathologic for the longest time, man. This was a very special day for me. I wish it was under better conditions in the sense that I wasn't so exhausted and stuff, but we already clocked 5 hours. I think we did quite well. It's tech neck. It's called tech neck, man. If you work with anything that has to do with computers, eventually your back, you know, needs a bit of stretching. X-Bullet, I just logged in to see if we're watching this stream for ages, as I've never even seen Pathologic before today. Bullet, thank you so much. Why didn't you talk to us if you've been watching my streams for ages, man? Welcome. Glad to have you. I'm glad you're enjoying. Pathologic is not any Pathologic game, not the ideal kind of game to stream. You know, it's deliberate, it's slow, dialogue that has to be recited for the people to hear it. It has trial and error, an abundance of trial and error. And yeah, when it really gets going, it has some powerful moments, but you have to be invested, you know, because if I trigger the awesome instance an hour after I start the stream and you join the stream 3 hours after the fact, you've missed on something crucial. Then you won't be able to follow the story. Cliff, my man, welcome as well. Thank you for being here with us. I've had it on my second screen watching while I was working for some home server stuff. Excellent. Magnificent. Guys, you know, YouTube, subscribe, Twitch, follow. As we spread our tendrils and reach out in this industry, we'll get more interesting stuff going. Like Sunday is gonna be a great stream as well with the director of Crystalla. And you know, I've been doing the interviews and the reviews and all that stuff. 2026 will have more creative writing and more, you know, original content vids. Nice, nice. Guys, support iSpeak Lodge. It's as simple as that. Support studios that create unique stuff. Or we're gonna get bogged in fucking Call of Duty number 3 million. And that's the only thing we'll have to play. Supporting studios that, you know, follow their creative impulses is super important. And it's rare these days. Because they bulk under the weight of costs and disappear. Studios are closing their days by the minute. Okay, as much as I don't want to go, I'm dying of exhaustion right now. Poor Alphyna clocked out 3 hours in. I managed to do another 2. I think I did well. Alphyna was the star of the show tonight. She was awesome. So, we're gonna leave it here for tonight. If you have any recommendations, suggestions, join our Discord. You're all invited. Speaking of which, I think COD might be reaching the point where the franchise might die. I sure hope so. You know how many studios are trapped just to work on maps for Call of Duty, bro? How many people get creatively destroyed every day because they have an obligation to a company that just wants to make maps for Call of Duty? It's a freaking nightmare, dude. The last game they didn't even try, they just let the AI make slop for them. So, join our Discord, guys. Any recommendations, suggestions, or news are always posted there. Thank you so much for being here tonight. It was one of the greatest streams of my life. If these days hadn't been so taxing, I'd stay here until YouTube reached its limit of broadcasting, which is about 10 hours. But, yeah, if I stay here for another 4.5 hours, I'll drop dead and then someone will have to call an ambulance. I will see you in a couple of days, okay? I still owe you a stream that we missed Monday, but it'll have to be transferred a little bit later. I love you all. You're the best crowd. You're the best viewers one can hope for. If you enjoy the content, follow it, watch the stuff. If you really enjoy the content, consider supporting it. Patreon, PayPal, you know, coffee, everything helps. Memberships, Prime on Twitch, whatever. And, oh, Cliff, that's awesome. Kote, thank you so much. You've been so talkative, like a driving force of the chat tonight, and that's great. We want to communicate with people. If the stream is not about communication, I might as well sit alone at home and play Duck Hunt. I'll see you in a couple of peeps. Be well, and always strive for perfection. Cheers!